appears that Mayor Snyder is not on the call yet. Good morning, everybody. This is Toby LaFrance. Clifford, why don't we take care of some of the housekeeping items, and also not on the housekeeping, but something we should probably make sure of is to do, Liz, if you could do a roll call attendance, that will also double as an opportunity to make sure everybody's technology is working and we can hear them.
Okay, then I'll go ahead and start with the housekeeping, and then Liz do the roll call. Before we begin, there are special considerations for this virtual meeting, since we've not had one like this before with a lot of remote participation. First of all, please mute your microphone when not speaking. I'll not be able to see everyone on the screen at the same time, so I may not have visual cues that you wish to speak. I may instead choose to go around and ask each of you by name for comments. We will be able to use Teams chat to state if you have a question. Chat is not available for deliberation and is intended only for committee members to state if they have a question regarding a presentation. I will recognize you, or Liz will, at some point during the discussion, depending on where we are. If you want to speak at other times, say your name and wait for me to recognize you before you speak. This will avoid committee members talking over each other. Whenever speaking or making a motion, please say your name first. All votes will be conducted by roll call. The City of Tigard Budget Committee is now convened. Today's goal is to hear all information on the fiscal year 2020-2021 proposed City of Tigard budget, and to hear and hopefully approve the Town Center Development Agency fiscal 2020-21 proposed budget. We cannot approve the city's budget today as we need to await the levy vote next Tuesday. My goal for today's meeting is to have approval of most of the budget and define what items besides the levy is left to consider on next Thursday. I'd like to thank the committee for electing me chair of this committee. In addition, I'd like to thank Chris Bentz for being willing to be our committee secretary for a second year. We will have breaks during the meeting. However, if you need to step away, please feel free to do so. We will have a scheduled lunchtime, and we are on our own for lunch this year. If you're unable to connect to the meeting or have technical difficulties related to this budget committee meeting, please call 503-718-2528. Liz, could you do a roll call, and then we'll do introductions.
Siobhan Chandler.
I'm here.
Tom Anderson. Okay. Chris Bentz.
I'm here.
Heidi Lube.
Here.
Tim Cadman.
Tim is here.
John Goodhouse.
I'm here.
Leah Voigt.
I'm here.
Mayor Snyder.
Here.
Cliff. And Councillor Newton.
Here.
Great. So I think we're only missing Councillor Anderson.
Councillor Anderson is here.
Oh, hi.
Hi.
The mute unmute process is confusing.
So everyone's here.
I'll go around the group and ask each of you to introduce yourself. And if you're a citizen member or a council member of the committee, and how long you've been volunteering for the city. Saban,
Hi there. This is Siobhan Chandler. I am a citizen member. This is my first time through the process and first time through volunteering for the city. So I'm looking forward to learning a lot and hope to contribute. Thanks.
thank you. Councilor Anderson.
Councilor Tom Anderson. I was city council. This is my 4th year.
And Mr. Bentz.
Hi, this is Chris Bentz. This is Cameron, by the way. And this is my 3rd year as a citizen member on the budget committee.
Councilor Lube.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm Heidi Lube. I'm a city councilor here, and I've been on council now about a year and a half. So it's my 2nd budget cycle.
Mr. Cadman.
Hey there, this is Tim Cadman. I'm a citizen member, and I believe this is my 3rd year.
Councilor Goodhouse.
Council President John Goodhouse, been on council for 6 years now.
Ms. Voigt.
This is my 2nd year as budget committee. Last year I was an alternate, so this is my 1st year as a voting member.
Mayor Snyder.
So Mayor Jason Snyder here, and I've been mayor about a year and a half. I was a city councilor and city council president for 6 years before that, and actually started volunteering in the city in 2001 as a reserve police officer, and then I served on the budget committee for many years and was the chair of the budget committee in the, 2005 all the way through 2009 or 10 range.
Thank you. And Councilor Newton.
Hi, Councilor Liz Newton. I have been on the city council about a year and a half, and I had one year on the budget committee prior to that.
And I'm Clifford Roan, this year's chairman for the budget committee. This is my 9th year on the City of Tigard Budget Committee. Thank you, everyone. Since we've got a full crew, let's move on. Next will be, well, one more housekeeping. If you have a question on a presentation, please indicate that in the meeting chat. After each presentation, Liz will call on you if you raised your hand in the chat. Our next item of business is to hear the budget message and financial forecast from our budget officer, city manager Marty Wine, and finance and information services director Toby LaFrance. Manager Wine, I think you are up.
Thank you, Chair Roan, and to the Tigard Budget Committee and to the Tigard community. Today, we're presenting to you the proposed 2021 City of Tigard budget. So in my budget message, I named this as an acutely uncertain moment in the world. The year ahead is very difficult to plan. For that reason, we took the almost completed proposed budget pre-COVID-19. We will share with you today the modest investments that we were planning to propose, and we'll ask that you discuss some of this uncertainty that we have ahead and give us guidance about how you would prefer to address it. So let's get started. I'm going to start with a mention of the city's proposed capital budget and program. Usually we end up talking about the capital budget later, and we will do that later today, but I'm just going to make a few mentions about our capital program, because our capital program represents the largest share of the investments that the city makes. Next year, the just alone, we will be spending $59 million across all of our capital funds to make improvements in our systems. The 6-year capital program is a $159 million investment over 6 years across all of our infrastructure funds. That includes streets, parks, sanitary sewer, storm, water, and facilities. In terms of our current economic picture, job creation, and infrastructure investment, the CIP over the next year could be more important than ever to keep people working and improving our built environment. Our construction projects are going to be creating needed jobs and in an economy that continues to be very uncertain. Even before the COVID-19 response began, we knew that our city would be embarking on an aggressive capital improvement program, just as we had this year, that will need sufficient staff capacity, more space, and a careful balance of our funding sources to get a lot done. So by system, we have a few highlights that I'll just mention. In streets, we're going to be making major investments, including design for 121st is underway. Many projects are moving into designer construction. Main Street, Green Street is planned. Wall Street and Tech Center Drive is planned. And we've begun the transportation system plan, and in 2021, we'll see that project in full swing to set our future transportation priorities. In our discussion about transportation, one of the downside risks for the projects in this system is forecasted decreases in state and local gas tax due to our economic downturn. So we may need to slow or delay projects that rely on this funding source once we know more about the loss of this revenue. In parks, the completion of Dirksen Park elements, progress on the Parks Master Plan, Fano Creek Trail Connection, and the design of Universal Plaza are some highlights. Our water projects come from our master plan. They'll include aquifer storage and recovery wells, building the Cache Reservoir to serve the western part of the city. And we also have a sanitary sewer master plan underway and stormwater master plan. And so improvements there will be focused on downtown and Fano Creek. And finally, facilities planning, which is not something that we're usually engaged in for city facilities, will continue to move forward with a project to fund and acquire a site for our public works operations. So you're going to be hearing a more detailed presentation about our planned capital projects from City Engineer Lori Fea later today, and also the health of our funding for capital projects when Mr. LaFrance presents the forecast. Okay, so I'll move on to our usual strong focus on the city's general fund during our budget message, and it's the primary focus of the budget message today. If you've been around Tigard's budget for any amount of time, you'll recognize that I'm going to be repeating myself and that you've heard this before. Every year I point out that Tigard is in the same situation as all Oregon local governments. We are financially stable, we're resource constrained, and we're service level challenged. So I'm saying this again this year, but I want to say a few more things about what this really means. Financially stable means that we have taken steps in past years to be sure that the structural imbalance between our revenues and expenditures won't adversely affect us for a long time. We've created a service level reserve that will ensure a constant but lower service level that we can afford to maintain as a city. Resource constrained means that there are not easy or ready ways without voter approval for us to just cut our way out of or increase revenues to alleviate the limited resources that we have to provide the whole breadth of city services that are expected of us. In past years, you know that we've created fees with your support that would support every city service that would pay for the services that our community expects. But we've made reductions to services, and we've also asked voters for more funding. And fundamentally, our resources are limited. And that leads to being challenged to provide services. In 2019, we did a performance audit, and that showed that we were providing pretty good services with the limited staffing that we have. And so whenever the community asks, why can't we have more library hours? Or why can't there be more concerts in the park? Or why can't we expand the recreation program faster? Can't we support this or that social service? Our community's wants exceed our ability to provide the service that everybody desires. So like all communities, we need to set priorities. And you'll hear in my closing comments, I think this is a more important time than ever to be evaluating what our priorities as a city are and making focused investments, because increasing and improving services with a constant resource level is a constant effort to set priorities. So next slide, please. So with that foundation, we've built the 2021 proposed budget. After the failure of the local option levy in 2018, we made hard decisions, and we've spent the last 2 years reducing and sustaining services at a level that can be maintained with our growing population for the next 8 years. That's a reserve that would carry the city at a constant but lower level of service for a longer period of time. In the 2021 proposed budget, we have $183 million across all city funds in this budget. The changes over the prior year represent a $44 million or 32% increase over the prior fiscal year. Now, the increase in this budget is almost entirely due to a number of capital projects that are moving from the design to construction phases. So it's not like our general fund is increasing at such a great rate. Of the 32% increase in the budget, the majority of it comes from capital projects that use funds that are specifically designated for those purposes. There are no general fund resources that are going to capital projects in the budget. The remaining small percentage portion of the increase is in our operations to pay for inflationary increases and a small number of new services and projects that are funded with just dedicated revenues or our reserves. The general fund budget is increasing by $1.4 million or 4%. The biggest portion of that change is due to the photo enforcement program, which is planned to be supported entirely from new revenue, and it will add 4 staff and $600,000 to the budget. The remainder is made up of inflationary increases and small projects. So I just want to say another word or two about the service level reserve. It means that the proposed budget is basically a status quo budget with very limited investments except in the services that we're already doing. Every fall, I send out budget instructions to our staff, and that's guidance about what to include in the upcoming budget. And here's what I asked for. We built the service level reserve so that our city could sustain service levels through the use of savings that we've put away, even as our population grows. The purpose of this reserve is to fund small incremental changes to our existing services and intended to keep those services level as growth happens. It's not intended to create new services or significantly increase service levels. So I asked the general fund and central services departments to prepare hold the line base budgets for this coming fiscal year. And that's in large part what you see in this budget. Other services such as utilities and building and capital improvement projects would prepare budgets commensurate with their workload and the available long-term resources in those dedicated funds. So when the local option levy was referred to the May ballot, that was designed to make needed increases to police services. And then any other changes that we made to this proposed budget were in line with those two functions, either maintaining our service levels or increasing them with voter approval. Let's keep going. Next slide, please. So this proposed budget is built around 4 themes. Anything that we fund over and above the base budgets using the service level reserve and other non-general fund city resources that would focus on 4 priorities. Those include achieving council goals, implementing the updated strategic plan, facility planning, and implementing performance audit recommendations. In addition, we tried to build a budget with priorities that can be addressed with one-time and limited duration project costs, and that would make the service level reserve and other city resources last longer. So I'm going to pause on these 4 budget themes just briefly and describe them as the investments that we're making in the proposed budget. First, aligning with city council goals. Most of the city council's 2019 to 21 goals line up with many themes in the current strategic plan. This budget also addresses council goals through the proposal of the local option levy. And if voters approve the local option levy on the May 19th, 2020 ballot, this budget can meet the council priority by adding 9 police officer positions plus training and equipment. And I'll also note this in our performance audit recommendations. Other council goals that we're trying to meet with this budget include creating a permanently affordable home ownership program. We'll be doing that as proposed with the newly created construction excise tax. It might be that the focus of this proposal might shift slightly based on what's happening with our COVID-19 response and for housing in the future. And then we're also planning to start up an innovation program to try to incentivize employees to bring innovative and ideas and solutions forward about our services. Next is refreshing the strategic plan. We've spent the last year updating our strategic plan, and to do that we considered what's been working about our vision for the future and how it should shift now to reflect our current needs and priorities. I'm excited about a new look for the city's vision that's going to set the course for our future decisions. The new draft vision is Tigard, an equitable community that is walkable, healthy, and accessible for everyone. Hopefully this vision will resonate with the community, and we're going to be seeking community input and feedback on this vision starting now in 2020. Even though right now is a challenging moment to try to envision Tigard's future, setting and pursuing this strategic direction is really important to keep going. And along those lines, this budget makes initial and modest investments in what this vision is about, including updating engineering standards, a bilingual phone system, and trying to create a more inclusive organizational culture that also brings innovation and new ideas for the community. So a third theme is planning our future facility needs. For the past decade, the city has been planning for updates and upgrades and replacement of our aging facilities. We're in the conceptual design phase for the future use of all of our city-owned property. Replacement facilities for police and public works are needed, and a first step is securing a site for public works operations, which I mentioned earlier. Further to the presentation that our City Council saw in February of this year, the proposed budget includes funding that would move us into an initial design phase and communicate with the community about these plans and continue to test the feasibility of consolidating most city functions onto one site. And we've been calling that the all-in-one plus concept. So finally, a theme for this budget is implementing performance audit recommendations. We did an independent review of all our general fund services, including operations, workload data, our costs, our service levels, and organizational structure. We had an audit that was produced that had 69 recommendations and 58 measures, and the city has immediately started to implement them. Many of our general fund investments for this coming budget focus on the audit recommendations and try to lower our risk that was identified in the audit, such as ensuring that our vehicle fleet and our equipment and our technology is kept up to date. So we also have two major service investments that were recommended in the audit. One is police services, which I mentioned earlier, and our immediate response to the audit recommendation was already in the works with the referral of a local option levy to the May ballot. And if that's passed, we have a budget package ready that could be added right into the 2021 budget. I've already talked about what the levy package includes: 8 officers plus a school resource officer, crisis de-escalation training for all officers, and the support services that are needed to support those officers. The council has a debrief about the election results on May 26th, and as Chair Roan mentioned, you have your second budget committee next Thursday, May 21st, and we'll know the results of the election then. Finally, integrating technology. The audit pointed out that we have technology systems that are not functioning well, they're not integrated, and that they need replacement. So we're on a path to implement a technology solution that is going to replace and integrate our asset management system and also our financial system, and at the same time bring together as many individual departmental systems into one platform. So there are a whole bunch of reasons why this is a good idea, but what we want to do is put a citywide unified system in place. It'll make us more consistent, more efficient, help us use data-informed decision-making, and this budget will make the first investment in one of our largest technology undertakings that we've ever started. So those are the investments, I would call them modest, that are in the 2021 budget. Next slide, please. So, and then a global pandemic came along. Since mid-March, our attention and efforts have been focused on how we can continue to provide services in a healthy and safe way while we all face the COVID-19 pandemic. We did not reframe or pivot away from the original themes of the budget that I just outlined. We recognize that we need to keep investing in these priorities and that we are going to have to adapt to a new way of doing business. For now, in this moment, February and March and April, once we began to feel the impacts of the pandemic on our community and the economy, the city closed its buildings to the public, but our services were still open and going and virtual, and some still in person. We launched our Emergency Operations Center, and we've been responding to the local effects in a number of ways. Because the EOC was activated, we have had a call center to identify community needs. Every day, our staff are focused on response and recovery, and soon moving to the next phase of what our operations will look like as a city. Tigard also was designated as one of the county's essential needs hubs. So in terms of meeting people's needs along a host of lines, we've been trying to respond to the community needs in that way. Council also has been actively addressing COVID response. Regarding our city services and funding, we've provided assistance and aid to various parts of the community, including the Tigers Cares program. That was meant to help businesses and turned $300,000 of an investment in Tigard funds into $1 million of aids to businesses through grants and loans. We're applying now for a Business Oregon grant to try to expand the grant program, and we're about to launch a campaign to support local businesses as we move into the next phase where businesses are able to open. The Tigard Raft program provided $100,000 in assistance for people who are housed and unhoused. We expanded our Wi-Fi out to the parking lots of our city facilities to make the internet available to those who can't afford it at home, and we'll launch a digital access planning effort to expand those services. One of the most direct ways we can alleviate the economic effect of the pandemic to our customers is through utility billing and utility changes to our utility rates and services. We've instituted no utility shutoffs and for non-payment and no late fees. We've delayed rate increases, which will hopefully it will save all of our customers in the system money. We'll expand rent and water bill assistance in our low-income program. That's through St. Vincent de Paul. And earlier this week, Council approved a $40 a month utility credit assistance program for households with a member experiencing unemployment and businesses that are impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. So in the next year, Tigard will continue to fund these aid programs, and we will, as I try to avoid the word reopen, but as we move into the next phase of what our city operations will look like, we'll provide services differently. We'll be providing virtual outreach opportunities. I think that a large part of our workforce will continue to work virtually. You've seen council meetings, and then this meeting is on Teams. We've moved the majority of our services onto the web or by phone, so internet, commerce, and our Emergency Operations Center will continue to operate as is needed. And next slide, please. I'm just going to say a couple of words. I sent the Budget Committee a message last month about the impact of COVID-19 on our finances and our forecast. I think that it's inevitable that there are going to be revenue losses and changes during this unprecedented time. You've heard me say, and you are probably experiencing it personally too, it's a very difficult environment to try to predict very much. So you'll hear about cities around us that are dealing with the economic impacts, and it's important to remember that Tigard's experience is not necessarily comparable with all other cities. Because of what we've done in past years, our financial situation is better than some. We're not heavily dependent on a sales tax or events or admission or tourism. And we have this reserve that we have built from reductions that we made in the last 2 years. That should help to sustain services for a longer time. So at this time, we don't have a financial need to reduce services. We have viable reserves, and Toby will talk about this in the forecast presentation through fiscal year 2028. So given the unpredictability and little data we have to work with, we're using the forecast that we have for now for this proposed budget, and we'll continue to review it quarterly. Just yesterday, the framework that the governor released for reopening Oregon began to be implemented by many counties. And we still have an emergency declaration in place through the end of May. So in this unique situation, we're going to continue to monitor and evaluate and adjust as more impacts are identified. Since we spent the last two fiscal years implementing service level reductions already, we're able to be patient and wait to see the impact to the economy. So you'll hear a little bit more about that in our forecast presentation. It's very early in this pandemic, the effects of it and our response. So even though our city has not been severely affected by the pandemic, and we have been able to provide largely uninterrupted public services, we are providing them differently, mostly virtually, and we have the ability to be patient and see where this goes in the future. So we'll watch closely and make adjustments to services as needed. So about COVID-19 in this budget, next slide, please. We did not make any additional appropriations for our COVID programs in this budget, but the services will continue to adjust as we move through the budget. The investments in the RAFT and the CARES program that I mentioned earlier were made from our general fund emergency reserves. And so if the budget committee chooses to propose more assistance, you could certainly discuss and do that. Additional help, and the council was talking about this in terms of a potential phase 2, could be further focused on community needs, housing, or businesses. Staff's advice to council back in mid-April was to wait and see about the impact of the first phase of city assistance and take time to understand the needs of the community that would be appropriate for the city to provide for. So even though we're not in a time of business as usual, the city needs to maintain the services that the community expects. And one thing that we can do is maintain the stability of our services in people's lives when the community is experiencing so much change. So a final message that I'll send to the budget committee is about evaluating our city priorities. Something that the budget committee will need to consider is what Tigard is going to want to invest in related to the COVID response that's different from the current priorities that were set over the last year. And whether you want to expend our reserves on this now or reserve them further for a time when you think they might be needed more. And finally, back to my opening message about being financially stable, resource constrained, and service level challenged, we are not going to be able to do everything. We have had to sideline some progress on some council goals and the strategic plan while we've been responding to the pandemic. And we're not actually in the front line of what it means to respond to the pandemic. So it would be a good time to evaluate what our priorities are. So I'm going to wrap up, and then I guess we're on the last slide, aren't we? So we're presenting the 2021 budget here. We started with basically a status quo budget that builds on and that keeps us financially stable through 2028 and makes some modest investments in maintaining services. And we've made some significant investments, most recently in our emergent needs during a time of great uncertainty. I've already talked a little bit about reevaluating priorities. I think the public health emergency is bringing into greater focus some things the community really needs from the city, and maybe some things that, while important, maybe are not the most important. So I look forward to your discussion, and I hope that we can focus our limited resources to maintain the stability that we're setting up in this proposed budget. I'm sure that you have questions and ideas about where our city budget should go from here. And I'd just like to take a moment to our staff who have worked many long and thoughtful hours and have pivoted pretty much every day since the beginning of March or beginning of April, trying to make sense of where we should go next. So I'd like to say a sincere thank you to our staff and their hard work in assembling a budget that sets us up for stability and helps you to make your next set of choices and use our resources wisely in this uncertain time. So, Budget Committee, you have a lot of discussion ahead, so I will close and let's get started. Thank you.
Toby, you would be next, and then we will have questions. As a general matter, though, there could be a lot of conversation about COVID, the impacts, and so forth. I would ask, unless there's a general feeling that we need to do it after Toby's presentation, that we reserve that discussion till the 2 p.m. slot, because we have an issue paper that will be presented at that point in time. If that meets with everyone's approval, then we can go forward with Mr. LaFrance. Ms. Chandler?
That sounds good to me.
Mr. Anderson? Counselor Anderson? Okay.
Counselor Anderson, yes.
Member Bentz?
Yes, for me.
Counselor Lube?
Yes.
Member Cadman?
Yep, I'm in agreement.
Counselor Goodhouse?
Yes.
Member Voigt?
Yes.
Mayor Snyder?
Yes.
Counselor Newton?
That's fine.
Thank you very much, folks. I'm sure we're going to get to talk about this a lot at 2 o'clock. Mr. LaFrance, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Roan. Good morning, Budget Committee. I'm Toby LaFrance, Finance and Information Services Director for the City of Tigard. I'm here to present the financial forecast based upon the proposed fiscal year 2020-2021 budget. Just brief introduction. Tigard has a long history of using forecasts to inform its decisions. This is a practice I've been fortunate enough to be here for over a decade, and this is a practice that long predates me being here. Tigard has taken the opportunity to not just look at balancing the budget that's in front of them, but look at the long-term impacts that these budgets will have and determine the sustainability of the decisions that they're making this year into the future years. It's important to know that a forecast, the purpose of a forecast is to show the size and timing of the needed decisions. What this means is when we're seeing a forecast that has a declining fund balance, let's say, it's not to say that we expect the fund balance to actually go negative. It's to say that we've got a decision that we need to make to ensure that it doesn't. And so what we can do is we can look at our decisions that are in front of us, see what's happening in the environment around us, put those things together, and see if we need to make a course correction, what the size of that correction would need to be, and when we need to do it by. Today, I'm going to be highlighting 4 funds in the presentation. The city has 34 funds, and to do a forecast on each one of them really isn't necessary. We've done a good job of balancing the needs of Tigard services and the resources that we have. We always cover general fund because that is where, as a city, we have the most discretion as to how the revenues are used. And practically every other fund that the city has, the revenues that come in there come in for a very specific purpose, and we have to use the money that we receive and that we're entrusted with by the community for that purpose. And our general fund, that's where we have discretion, and that's where we fund most of the key services that people think of when they think of the city: police, library, parks, community planning. We're also going to look at, as Marty mentioned, gas tax collections are being impacted by the current economy, and also we have a decision to make regarding our park services, funding the park services, and maintaining a healthy parks utility fund. So, as you know, just to echo the base theme, we do continue to be fiscally sound. Tigard has continued to make sound decisions that starts with our council and the budget committee and the policy level decisions that they make, and it goes all the way through the frontline staff that's being careful with the public dollar on a day-to-day basis. We do continue to be resource constrained, and we have to make some choices about and prioritize the services that we're providing based upon the limited resources we receive. As Marty covered, and I won't go into detail, we have looked at at least initial thoughts on how COVID is impacting our finances, and at this point in time, they appear to be manageable. However, we will need to be careful and monitor Tigard's financial situation closely as we progress through the pandemic and any resulting impacts that this has on the community, on the economy nationally, regionally, and locally. So going into the general fund, the general fund budget, as Marty mentioned, has increased by $1.4 million or 4%. Half of that was for inflationary increases, and the other half came with revenue, things like photo enforcement, use of Pool 2 funds in the library, or they came using our service level reserve. So this extends the practice that Tigard has of being fiscally prudent and adding to programs only when revenue supports that program. Examples from last year include when MLG is reimbursing the city for our urban growth boundary efforts, and TriMet reimbursing Tigard for our Southwest Corridor projects. So Tigard's been, over the last several years, making careful decisions, essentially having status quo budgets, and where we have been adding to that, it comes with revenue. I want to cover a little bit about the general fund balance, because this is one of the key ways to measure the sustainability of the decisions we're making, is to see what kind of impact it has on the reserves of any fund. And in our general fund, we've spent a lot of time over the last couple of years taking that fund balance and making sure that we have purposes for that fund balance. So first and foremost, we have the cash requirement reserve. This is simply a matter of cash flow and timing. The bulk of the single largest revenue that the general fund receives is property tax, and that's received in late November, early December. So we have to make sure that we've got enough cash on hand to get us from the beginning of July, when our fiscal year starts, to that property tax collection. In general, that means we need to have the equivalent of a quarter of our operating expenses in reserve on July 1st, just so we can pay the bills and make payroll until we get to our property tax collections. So for fiscal year 21, that cash requirement reserve is $8.4 million. We also have an emergency reserve. As Marty Wine mentioned, we've used some of that to help us fund the Tigard Cares program and the RAFT program to help with businesses and houselessness in Tigard. And so we've used already 200,000 of that. There's 800,000 that remains, and that is something that if the budget committee during these deliberations or a council in the future is looking at doing additional assistance for the city, this would be one of the places I would encourage the body to look. We have a service level reserve. So this is the result of making some reductions in our services and restructuring some of our costs over the last couple of years. And so at this point in time, we've accumulated $8.6 million in our service level reserve. The purpose of that reserve is to allow our services to maintain their current service level. In prior years, we had a long discussion about this tension between being resource constrained and service level challenged, where because generally our expenses grow by about 4% and our revenues fund-wide grow by about 3.5%, on an annual basis, we might be able to afford the same number of staff providing the service. However, as our community grows, the level of service that staff and the various services around those staff provide, that service level erodes. So we were talking about an eroding service level. We made service level reductions. We've been establishing our service level reserve, and what we can do with that service level reserve is make some judicious enhancements to various services not so that we can increase the service level, but just so we can keep the service level on par with the growth in our community. Lastly, we have undesignated reserve. So after we take care of our cash requirements, emergency reserve, service level reserve, what's left in our reserve is undesignated. And having an undesignated reserve is not a bad thing. It shows health in our fund. It means that we're not having to eat into our other reserves. So we want to have a certain amount of undesignated reserve in the general fund. It's also worth, so I already talked a bit about the inflationary increases in our revenue supported increases in our fund. And so let's take a look at the forecast itself. And let me take a moment to talk a bit about the graph. There's a lot going on and a lot to explain. And so I apologize for that. This can also be found in the comprehensive long-term financial forecast that's in the proposed budget document. What we have here going along the bottom are the various reserves that I just discussed. We have our $800,000 of emergency reserve. That's that small green bar going along the bottom. We have a service level reserve that first shows up in fiscal year 2020. That's in the sort of light blue or lavender color. Undesignated reserve, which is the darker blue. And then finally, the dotted line is the cash requirement reserve. That's the amount that we need just to kind of to make payroll. We show that as a dotted line because it's reserve in name only, just in that it's a matter of timing and not really money that's available for other uses. Our red line are annual expenditures, and our green line are our annual revenues. And what we need to manage is when those lines are crossing and how much they start to separate into the future. So, and what this does do that's a little different than other forecasts is with other forecasts and traditionally within with Tigard forecasting, we will take just the decision set that's in front of the budget committee and not assume any future decisions. Where the general fund is different is we do have an assumption that in future years we are driving some of the service level reserve into the services to help maintain our service levels as our population grows, and we're estimating at a 1.7% growth rate in the city's population. So while we're not saying necessarily where the service level reserve is being applied, we are saying that we're going to use it. That's the purpose for it being there. And that service level reserve will grow for a few years. And then as those lines cross expenditures and revenues, we will start using that service level reserve. Now, with COVID and the impacts to COVID, Marty mentioned the memo that she sent to you that discussed those impacts. While the impacts to our general fund are anticipated at this point in time to be relatively small, there are impacts. We did anticipate a slight reduction in the growth of our property taxes in anticipation that there might be longer term impacts to the city's economy and development and growth. We also do receive some transient lodging tax revenues from Washington County into our general fund that help fund general services, and we're expecting a decrease there. So those, while small relative to the size of the City of Tigard's general fund, are noticeable, and they do make an impact. When you looked at this graph last year, when we adopted the fiscal year 20 budget, we had sustainable reserves going out to fiscal year 2029. And when I say sustainable, what sustainable means is that we are able to fund at least the cash requirement reserve, and our emergency reserve still exists. So that's the last year that happened with the forecast based upon fiscal year 20 was fiscal year 2029. With the budget as proposed and making changes to our revenues based upon the COVID pandemic, we've lost a year of sustainability. We now have a cash requirement reserve and an emergency reserve that goes out to fiscal year 2028. Additionally, the point in time at which our expenditures and revenues cross has also been accelerated. So we still have, in terms of a budgeting time frame, this is a long horizon that we have to work with. Ideally, we would see that we have reserves that would take us out longer than 2028. However, all things considered, I think this still means that Tigard is fiscally stable and that we can continue to provide the services that are in the proposed budget through many fiscal years before we need to make any kind of course correction, either through significant revenue enhancements or through service level reductions. So that's what I wanted to say on the general fund. I want to point out a couple of other funds. First off is the gas tax and city gas tax. So that's the state and local gas tax funds. We keep them separately, and in the city we have our own 3-cent per gallon city gas tax, and then we've got the state disbursement of state gas tax that we receive. These are key resources for our capital plan when it comes to our transportation portion of the capital plan. And what we're looking at this point in time is that we're estimating that revenue will be down 10 to 12% due to COVID in both of those funds. We'll need to monitor that assessment, make sure that it doesn't get worse, and also see how, for right now, we're keeping that 10 to 12% reduction through the life of the forecast, which I think is a conservative assumption in terms of the duration. And so we'll also need to monitor that aspect. We do have a technical adjustment from staff. Our Public Works Department went hard to work to try and find a way for us to continue to provide the services and the projects that these funds were intended to fund in our proposed budget. That technical adjustment will be has actually been emailed already to the Budget Committee, and it will be part of the deliberations on Thursday when we are going towards budget approval. The important part, part of the decision here, and one of the reasons staff looked to find alternative funding sources so that we can continue to provide the services and capital projects that these funds were intended to fund, is the importance of the capital projects that this means in terms of job creation in our community. With the pandemic and the anticipated downturn in the economy, it's more important than ever that the city of Tigard help bolster the economy and the community through government projects. Looking at our capital improvement plan, it's nearly $20 million just in fiscal year 21, and it's even greater than that in fiscal year 22. Looking at job creation that construction has in a community, there's a number of studies on that that typically say that for every $1 million you're spending in construction, you will generate somewhere between 15 and 20 jobs, both directly and indirectly, because construction workers then go out and spend their hard-earned paycheck on services. And looking at that, this means that with the capital improvement plan for fiscal year 21, the city of Tigard will be creating over 300 jobs. And in fiscal year 22 would be creating over 400 jobs. So we felt it was important to bolster these funds financially, but maintain the projects they were intended to fund. On the Parks Utility Fund, our proposed budget includes staff for new parks. So later today, you will be discussing 2 issue papers. One of them is on our parks maintenance. For those of you that were with us last fiscal year, the Budget Committee was given 2 issue papers on parks, one which was approved for deferred maintenance and another one that was declined that was based upon future parks that are going to be coming into the city of Tigard as an asset that we would need to maintain. The future's now. We are going to need to maintain those parks. We are going to be having a discussion about how to fund the maintenance. What's in the budget is the actual expenditures associated with the additional staff it's going to take to maintain those parks. The result is a parks utility fund that has additional expenditures, does not have a resource to fund those expenditures, and you can see a declining fund balance that would eventually go negative. So in conclusion, I covered our general fund. It currently looks like we can manage the impacts of COVID. It will need to be closely monitored. We have a group of dedicated financial staff in the city of Tigard. We've agreed that we will be meeting at least quarterly to look at what's going on in the economy and how that's impacting our revenues. And we will continue to monitor the general fund and the impact to all of the other funds in the city of Tigard. We do have technical adjustments to the budget that are being proposed by staff that would reallocate programs and projects that were funded by fuel taxes. We do have an issue paper that covers new parks that are coming online and in need of maintenance funding and how we're going to be supporting that need. And lastly, COVID will require us to monitor our finances. So thank you very much. That's the conclusion of the forecast presentation.
Thank you both, Manager Wine and Director LaFrance. Are there any questions from the Budget Committee members for either Manager Wine or Director LaFrance? And I would remind you of where we are time-wise. We had originally scheduled public comment to begin around 9:15. If there are questions you want to hold for discussion later today, that'd be great. If there's something that needs to be clarified right now, please go ahead. I'll start with Ms. Chandler. Any questions for either Manager Wine or Director LaFrance?
No questions.
Thank you. Councilor Anderson.
No questions.
Member Bentz.
Nothing here.
Councilor Liu.
No questions for me.
Member Cadman.
Yeah, I do have one question for Toby. The last comment on that slide said that COVID will require Tigard to monitor finances closely and be ready to make adjustments if needed. Can you take a moment and tell us how that would work? If we were to approve a budget with the current revenue assumptions and then that falls to the floor, how does the budget then get adjusted and approved mid-year?
Thank you. The process for doing that would be through the budget supplemental process with what we have quarterly in the city of Tigard. So if we see a need to make an adjustment, revenues either are coming in worse than anticipated or actually not as bad as anticipated, or we receive some FEMA reimbursement or some other kind of revenue enhancement so we can continue to provide services to our community. What we would be doing is we would be pulling that together. It goes to council. It's in a public hearing, is with all the notice that happens with a public hearing. It includes opportunity for public testimony about the change to the budget. And so then our council would consider that change and approve any portions that they feel are needed and are viable.
Thank you very much. Any follow-up on that, Member Cadman?
Nope, that's very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Goodhouse.
No questions.
Member Voigt.
No questions.
Mayor Snyder.
So Toby, you may want to cover this, or maybe it's more appropriate during public comment, but you had a couple of open houses this week, and I'm wondering if you got any questions, feedback, or anything for us through that. Like, what if the public was asking certain types of questions? I'd love to know what they were.
Sure. We had 2 opportunities for the community to call in. We didn't get a lot of calls. However, the calls we got were led to good conversations. People were interested in what was going on with COVID. People were interested in why doesn't growth pay for itself, and I'd say those would, and then some people were interested in getting some information about how does the local option levy impact the budget, and so I was able to talk about that the budget as proposed doesn't include it, and should the levy pass, we'll be able to add in the staff that's promised as part of that levy. I'd say those are the major themes.
Any follow-up, Mayor Snyder?
No, thank you.
Councilor Newton.
Thanks. Hey, Director LaFrance, could you I just want to make sure I understand how the Parks Utility Fund works. It's partly funded through the park fee that people pay, and partly funded through transfers in from the general fund. Is that correct? Or am I misunderstanding that?
You are correct.
Okay.
So as we're looking at the issue paper, essentially those are the choices before the budget committee. Do we use the limited resources of our general fund, or do we increase the utility bill that our constituents receive?
And it's already funded by a combination of the two, correct?
It is already funded by a combination of the two.
Great, thanks.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Cliff, I didn't have a question, but I had a comment real quick. Councilor Goodhouse.
Please go ahead.
I just wanted to point out and reiterate a point that Toby had made. That through the budget process through the years, we've thought about creative ways to take care of funding or so forth, and I appreciate him pointing out the contracts or things that the city council's done with TriMet or MLG, that we are, and so the public knows that we are finding ways to, with our budget shortfall, find ways to fund services or take care of needs for personnel. So I just wanted to point that out, and glad that Mr. France pointed that out as well.
Thank you. If there are no further questions from anyone on the budget committee, I think we should move to the public comment period. Anyone, any member of the public that is online to speak, please state your name and address for the record. Please speak directly into your phone, and we would ask, please limit your comments to 2 to 3 minutes. If there are any questions or phone comments for the TCDA, the development agency budgets, we will need to recess the Tigard Budget Committee and convene the Town Center Development Agency Budget Committee, and then come back to the City of Tigard Budget Committee. Those are 2 completely separate things. We should not mix them together in our discussion here. With that, Liz?
Yes.
I think we're ready for any callers who may be on the line. I think you have them queued up. Please go ahead. I will let you handle the startups.
Okay, we have no phone calls, and we have received no written testimony. So our screener Keelan from our IT department will stay on the line for a few more minutes just to make sure we don't get any phone calls, but we have no public comment at this time.
Does that mean we're dead in the water, or people understand all this? Nobody has to answer. Sorry.
Thank you.
So Chairman Roan, this is Mike Nolip with IT. The call lines have been open for just over 70 minutes. And so people have had quite an opportunity since the beginning of the meetings. The call lines were open so we could build the queues up.
Okay, so I noticed down at the bottom, we had 22 people on besides the committee until just a few minutes ago, and that dropped down to 16, but now we're up to 20 again. So I assume, Liz, none of those are public, that they are staff and employees who are coming in and out.
That is correct. Again, this is Mike from IT, but yeah, that is correct. These are staff, later presenters and department directors coming in and out of the meeting.
Okay, thank you very much. Then,
Mr. Roan, can I make just an observation very quickly about the lack of public comment?
Surely. Please go ahead.
I guess just as the mayor of our community, I'm troubled by what I would say the sort of continuous complaints about how the city doesn't need a local option levy, needs to just spend its resources more wisely, needs to do things more conservatively, and in fact, right now, just in the last hour, there's been more than 10 comments made on the Keep Tigard Safe Facebook page complaining about how the city's spending its money. And yet when we post and ask people for feedback, comments, and their ideas about how to improve our budget and what we should do differently and what we should prioritize differently, this is what we get. We get nothing. People are on political pages commenting, using their voice to just whine and complain and provide us with absolutely no concrete feedback. It's frustrating, and I want it documented.
I think that would be an excellent topic for a mayor's corner, and a letter to, or multiple letters to the editor for the Times and maybe even the Oregonian, because we're probably not the only venue that around the state that is running into this. That's my 2 cents worth, and I thank you for pointing that out, Mayor Snyder. It's a really important point. All this day of social media that we've got and all these opportunities for people, they are moaning and complaining within their little circles, and it's not getting passed up to places where it can really make a difference. Anybody else want to chime in on this since we got a extra minute?
I'll just ask on the Facebook, this is Chris Pence, do we know that those are real people complaining? Because I've encountered plenty of fake accounts online.
This is Council President Goodhouse. I just through the process of council outreaches and events, there's a common theme that pops up with interacting with the public, or whether or not be on social media or events or anything that with Tigard living within their means. And I always kind of go back to the 90s when with Measure 5 and 50, Tigard got locked into a low tax rate. And we get a lot of times a comparison and say, well, other cities are higher. The thing is that, and it's hard to explain, and that's where Cliff said that, articles of the Oregonian or Mayor's Corner, but when we get locked into a low tax rate, when we were running extra lean at that time in a city that has a lot of debt they were paying for and that disappears, then they have extra money, and it wasn't really a set fair process or even a process that the city could pick where they're at. So we're doing more with less. And so it's hard to get the message out there, but there are a lot of people that ask that. So whether or not they're real on social media, that's a common question that's asked.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, and I'll just say, as a member of the community, yeah, I've met plenty of people who get frustrated. Just it's incredibly hard to transmit nuance. You know, make Tiger great would be easy to communicate, but when you say, well, you gotta keep 10% here and keep this percent here, people just lose interest. So it's an incredibly tough thing to do. So I can understand your frustration.
Yeah, we have as a city started putting out the report card that at least shows where funds are going, what we're doing to operate, and where we are for a balanced budget. But that still doesn't really break down the process of the tax rate we got locked into, and then also with the only way to really fix it is at the state level with the legislation to fix the property tax code of how we get done and what rate we were put into.
Yeah, I'll just say I'm trying to help as much as I can. That's all I got. Thanks.
Mr. Roan,
Thank
this
you.
is Toby.
With there being no public comment, written or oral, and given that it's about 20 minutes to 10, we would be 40 minutes early, but should we go ahead and convene the Town Center Development Agency Budget Committee and recess Tigard Budget Committee?
Mr. Roan, this is Toby LaFrance.
Yes, sir.
Before we leave the last subject, I do want to point out that we do have an opportunity to address input from the community on the budget as early as tomorrow, as there is another council chat about the budget tomorrow at 1, and perhaps that could be one of the subjects that the councilors involved in that chat can take up.
Okay, thank you very much for pointing that out. This is a wild thought, but would there be any benefit for those of you who are on the neighborhood chat groups to go into that and say, look, folks, we got a budget coming up. Their committee met today. Nobody showed up. If you have comments, say something tomorrow afternoon at 1 o'clock. Go on the website. Get informed. Because I know that those neighborhood chats, there's just in the one that we have that my wife goes on, there are always 8 to sometimes 50 people that are milling around in there and making their case known for this or that.
One member of the public who's watching this broadcast actually just sent me a text message that said that they are watching it, looking, and we're trying to find a way to provide comment, and I guess they're not seeing it. So I'm wondering if our communications messaging about public input is adequate.
Okay, well, let me give that phone number again. I think it's the 503-718-2528 number, if anybody's trying to get in. Is that right, Mike?
Let me verify the call-in number here from our budget website. It's going to be 503-966-4101.
Okay. Thank you.
And if I may, Mayor Snyder, I just popped onto the city's website. I was trying to do the same thing that Mike just provided. And the very first thing that greeted me was virtual budget committee meeting. And I click on that and you can find out how to provide public testimony right there on the page. And I do know that our communications manager has been pushing out not just the budget committee, but also the office hours that I had and the outreach that council has been making. So we have been, and I'll say also we have been meeting the requirements set under state law, noticing the budget meeting. I know that that's sort of a minimum standard, and I'd like to say that we have gone over that minimum standard in terms of promoting this meeting today.
Okay, thank you. I think that's important for the record to be noted that we have definitely complied with all those requirements. should we then go ahead and recess the Tigard Budget Committee and go to the Town Center Development Agency Budget Committee? Again, we are almost 45 minutes early for that, but
Chair Roan, this is Liz Newton.
yes, ma'am.
I'm wondering, we had a break in there. I'm wondering if we should do that and then go to TCDA just in case somebody is thinking they're going to jump on and hear that portion of our meeting. I'm a little concerned about starting too early. We don't necessarily need to wait 40 minutes, but just a thought.
Okay.
I agree.
Thank you, Councilor Newton. Anybody think we should go ahead and do 15 minutes or do longer than that? Because we'd still be a half hour early, even if we took a 15-minute break.
I'll suggest 30 minutes. Just toss that out there.
Okay. Everyone else good with that?
I would also say in historical budget committee meetings that the meeting would progress forward as soon as public, just the efficiency of time. That has been historical.
Okay. Shall I do a roll call, 15 or 30, or keep moving?
No, you should be a chair and make the decision.
Okay, then just in the interest of potential fairness, let's take a 30-minute break and come back at 10:15, and we will convene the Town Center Development Agency Budget Committee at that time. We'll still be early, but I guess under the circumstances, that's okay. So the Tigard Budget Committee is now recessed until 10:15.
Thank you.
Thank you. call the City of Tigard Budget Committee back into session from our recess. We are about 15 minutes ahead of schedule, and I've been informed that we do have a couple of members of the public who have called in. Considering that we're ahead of schedule, I would like to go ahead and have them make their comments. Is everyone back? Member Chandler?
Present.
Councilor Anderson?
I'm here.
Mr. Bentz?
Here.
Councilor Lube?
Here.
Member Cadman?
I'm present.
Councilor Goodhouse?
Present.
Ms. Voigt?
Here.
Mayor Snyder?
Here.
And Councilor Newton?
I'm here.
Thank you. At this time, Liz, please allow those who have called in to make comments to start doing that. Ask them to state their name and address for the record. And as we said earlier, please ask them to limit their comments to 2 to 3 minutes if they can. Please go ahead.
Okay, we'll take the first caller, please.
Excellent. Caller, you are connected to the virtual meeting. Can you please state your name and address for the record? And limit your comments to
good morning.
4 minutes, please. Good morning.
Good morning. This is Gordy Winter Road. My address is 14749 Southwest Juliet, Tigard, Oregon 97224. And first, I'd like to thank you all for your service that you're performing, whether you're volunteer, community members, or on the paid staff. And I wanted to follow up on the mayor's comments and ask a few questions, so that's why I called in. I have 3 questions. The first is, what departments or areas has the city reduced expenses in that are impacting the coming budget and certainly the current budget? What resources have been transferred, or what people have been cut, like our businesses do and have had to do to reduce labor costs or expenses? The second, and that may be more of a written response or whatever. It may take time. The second one is, are there, or do you want to respond to that first, or what would be the process?
It's your option.
Okay, I can. Well, if maybe, I don't know if maybe a quick response and then follow up with more detail, perhaps.
Okay, I believe that Mr. Winterrod addressed that to Mayor Snyder. Is that correct, sir?
Well, no, I would say probably Director LaFrance.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Or the sitting
Thank
manager.
you. So this is Director LaFrance, and briefly, as the city manager Wine was discussing, at this point in time, Tigard does not need to make cuts related to COVID. We're not impacted by revenues like some other agencies have that are dependent upon sales tax or versions of sales tax, event revenues, gate revenue. So places like City of Tigard, Metro, City of Portland and Metro that have been impacted by those types of revenues have necessarily needed to make reductions. We're closely monitoring the impact that COVID will have upon our revenues. If we need to make adjustments in the future, we will. We have made some minor adjustments in our operations in terms of how not bringing on some seasonal employees and not bringing in some on-call employees. Also, we do have a hiring chill, not a complete hiring freeze. However, we're having to go through a process to make sure that any new hires to fill existing vacancies are necessary at this point in time and can't be put off. So we're managing through it. In terms of the budget that's proposed, no cuts are being proposed at this point in time.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Please continue, Mr. Winterrod.
Okay. The second is, and I wanted to make sure that I understood this correctly. The amount of increase in the 2020-2021 budget is the percent increase for capital expenditures. Was that what was the percentage?
The overall increase in the budget, I believe, is a 32% increase. It's roughly a $44 million increase. And as you point out, as you heard in the earlier messages, it's largely driven by our capital improvement program, which is, we're taking a number of projects that have been in a planning stage. And if you continue to listen, you'll hear a better presentation of this by our city engineer. That said, a number of projects that have been in a planning stage are coming to construction. And so, so these have been planned for quite a while. We've had the resources set aside for the construction, for the purpose of construction. And so that's why we see such a large jump this year.
Okay. Would it be possible to get a written document with the components of that 32% increase?
I'd be happy to talk to you about how to format that. It's all in the proposed budget. However, so that you don't have to go through the entire budget, let me give you my direct phone number. It's
okay. Thank you.
503-718-2406. I could also be reached at Toby, T-O-B-Y, at Tigard, T-I-G-A-R-D -or.gov. And I'd be happy to find out how you'd want that information formatted so we could give you the kind of answer you need.
Yeah, or even just highlight the things out of the rest of the budget. That'd be great. And then the third and last, and I think I'm running out of time, of the utility revenues and fees, what dollars are transferred from those fees into the general fund?
That's easy. None.
Okay. Okay. Well, thank you very much, Toby. Appreciate it, and thank you all for your service. Mayor, you mentioned that, no public input. I just wanted to help in that area, but also I think most of the citizens that are paying the taxes are worried more about their personal, or many, not all, but many are worried about their personal budgets, trying to find ways to cut their budgets, reduce expenditures, and buy less. And they're looking everywhere they can to make cuts, with the fact that there's been hundreds of and thousands of people laid off from their jobs, and so thank you for the work you guys are doing.
Well, thank you. And before you go, this is Mayor Snyder. I'd like to say a couple things. One, I want to acknowledge that that's certainly true in our community, and I think we all understand that. We also have a problem with funding our police department that's been getting worse and growing over 25 years. And so while, yes, we have an unprecedented economic situation happening now, this problem has festered and been allowed to fester for decades. And, we have an obligation to solve it when it gets to a point where it's not acceptable anymore to our community. And I think we're actually past that point, but the next best time to take action is now. I also want to add some clarity to the capital improvement questions that you asked a moment ago, because I think it's important for our community to understand that planning to spend money on a capital improvement project that you've been planning for a long time means that you've been saving up the money slowly in, for example, a particular enterprise or utility fund. And now we're coming to the point where that savings for 5, 10, 20 years now needs to be spent. And the fact that it's going to be spent this year does mean that the budget appears like you're increasing capital expenditures 32%. That's factually true, but it misses the broader context, which is that we've been saving that money for a long period of time to make the infrastructure investment, and the time to do that just happens to be now. So I hope that helps add some clarity there.
Yeah, it does. That does. That makes sense.
And this is Member Voigt.
Thank you.
Can I add one more comment in response as well?
Please. Okay.
So you asked also about, what cuts have been made, and I think that the thing that I would like to highlight is that the cuts, aren't being made this year because several years ago, when we realized that there was not realized, to address the growing needs and limited revenue available, that is when many of the cuts were made, that put us in the position that we're able to maintain services at that moment. So if you're looking for what cuts did the city make in response to limited revenue in order to maintain, a balanced and conservative budget, that would be the place to look, is those cuts that were made several years ago.
Okay.
Council President Goodhouse here.
Please go ahead.
To piggyback off what Leah said, and for the caller, for a little more data, for last budget cycle, we did a 500,000 in cuts, and the year before we did 2 million in budget cuts. So we have done cuts. We are running extra lean. A lot of our staff members, including the police department, are working at overcapacity. So we are running really lean in the city in staff and so forth. So we've made cuts. We've had some hiring freezes where we've had people either retire or haven't filled those positions. So there's been not only cuts, but then also not rehiring of some positions that have allowed to keep the budget in line. So that may not be a cut, but a hiring freeze on certain positions, in a sense, is a cut.
It has the same. It has the same impact. So that's it. In business, it's always important to look at programs that have outlived their life, and it's time to get rid of them, and where they're not serving the purpose or not as effective as they can. But historically, in some organizations and some governmental organizations, the programs continue regardless of the impact and the effectiveness of them. So that's good that those things have occurred. It's always something to bring up that many budgeting processes forget about to look for. Thank you.
And I think, and just to clarify though, those ones that were not rehired, not that they weren't necessary, that we just haven't hired them back to save on money, but they are still needed positions. So it's just part of the budget process too. We found ways to make the budget work, but they are still needed positions, and they will have to be refilled later. But it's just many of the aspects that we've had to do to try to operate with one of the lowest tax rates in the region. That's never a conversation for another day, but we got locked into a low tax rate where other cities got into a higher one, and so we've had to try to do more with less. And so until we can fix the property tax code in Oregon, the budget committees every year is having to figure out how to fund everything we need to while collecting less.
Okay.
And Mr. Winterud, Toby LaFrance again. One last comment. I received information from our business manager in Public Works, who correctly pointed out you were asking about transfers between the utilities and our general fund. And while we don't have any transfers, essentially where money is simply being moved from one fund to another, he did point out that there is what's called a right-of-way use payment that is made that goes into our general fund. All utilities pay for this. Our one of the city's assets are our streets, and since our streets are linear, it's the most effective way for utilities to provide their services to homes and businesses in Tigard, and they pay a use fee for doing that, and that fee does go into the city's general fund. So I did want to say that are our water, sewer, and storm utilities that the city runs do make payments into the general fund for the use of the city's asset.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Winterroud, we really appreciate your contribution, your question, and taking the time to participate. Anything further?
You're welcome. No, I'll release my time. Pass it on. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Have a good day.
You too.
Councilor Roan, Chairman Roan, we do have another call.
Yes, please go ahead.
Hey, my name is Michael Antonelli. I live at 13185 Southwest Tamara Lane, 97223. And I'm really glad that Gordy called in because he shared a lot of the sentiment that I have. When I realized nobody else was calling in, I wasn't planning on making any public comment, and I really did try to search out a way to contact or call in, and wasn't able to find that information readily. But I wasn't planning on making any comments, so I'm going to keep this pretty brief, and my thoughts might be a little bit disorganized. Maybe I'll try to put something together more cohesive for the upcoming meeting. And I also want to thank all of you, especially Mayor Snyder. I definitely don't agree with him on everything, but I've really seen a tremendous effort to get out in the community and make himself available, and that's very much appreciated. My comments are generally that even before this COVID-19 virus hit, I interact with the public quite a bit, and I know that there's a lot of people struggling to make ends meet right now, especially the retirees who are on limited budgets that increase, under 2% a year. And I've been a little bit concerned about this push both 2 years ago and this election cycle to increase Tigard City taxes. And I realize it's a pretty tiny amount. That $6 a month or whatever it is isn't going to really affect people's budgets. But we're getting hit from so many different directions. On this latest ballot, there's 4 different tax-related measures or levies, and there's a lot of additional things outside of that that are constantly increasing our budget. I think Gordy, I didn't catch his last name, Winterbrook, maybe. He really hit the nail on the head when he says that families are searching for ways to cut back their expenses. And that doesn't apply to everybody, I'm sure. I'm sure a lot of people are doing very well, but it's a significant percentage of the population, including myself and a lot of the people I talk to. So, second comment I want to make is I keep hearing that Tigard is locked into this lower tax rate. That very well may be true. I don't know. I think we're comparing the surrounding cities. I don't know if that's true when you compare it nationally, but I see that as a benefit. That can be a great attractant to the city of Tigard. And a lot of people may have chosen to live here or buy a home because they wanted lower tax rate. There's other ways to increase city revenue besides taxing the residents. And I realize that's a small part of the total revenue that you have coming in. But the other day I heard a statistic about Tigard businesses, and I'm probably going to not get the numbers correctly, but I think somebody there might be able to chime in on what the actual numbers are. But I think the number was 80% of the businesses in Tigard have fewer than 10 employees. So I think there's a great opportunity to start making the city more attractive to large companies. And not only is that going to increase tax revenue, but it's going to provide opportunities for some of these families that are struggling. So I think we should embrace as a city keeping our taxes low for its citizens. That's something that a lot of people are really going to appreciate. I guess that's all I have. And maybe I'll make some more structured comments on the next budget meeting. And I'm glad I was able to get in eventually.
Well, thank you, Mr. Antonelli. We appreciate your comments. Do any of the council members or budget committee members have thoughts for Mr. Antonelli? Hearing none, let's.
Councilor Goodhouse.
Go ahead, please.
I was just going to respond. I agree. It is appealing to have low property taxes in Tigard, but the other flip side to that is as I think was brought up earlier, why growth doesn't pay for itself when it costs way more to provide services for the house than it brings in. There still needs to be a little bit of a balance sometimes with how much is being brought in from that home compared to what the services are provided. If you have homes or people buying homes or homes being built that costs way more to provide services to, that's where a balance we have to figure out how to close that gap. So I agree that it's good to have low property taxes, but then also it's hard for the city to provide services to those houses when they're not collecting even half of what it costs to provide services to that house.
Well, and I would add
that's a very good point.
It's a balance, Mr. Antonelli. This is Mayor Snyder, and I agree it's a benefit, and it is a reason that some people have chosen Tigard, as you point out. But it's a balance because at some point, this will no longer be the community that people want to come to, despite low taxes. And I would actually suggest if you talk with people and when they discover that for 40% of the time or more, our police department is staffed with 3 or 4 minimum officers in a town of 54,000 people, they are blown away. You saw the interviews at the State of the City address. People have no idea what's going on, and they're shocked. The mayor of Tualatin is shocked that we have as many police officers on duty typically as they do, and their city's half our size. It is. I agree. Again, that low taxes can be a benefit to a community and may be attractive, but there is a point at which that is no longer, like, you're starting to impact the community in a way by not funding the most basic services at an appropriate level, that the community is no longer going to be as desirable to be in. And people may not realize it, but what we're trying as a city council to make clear is that from our assessment of it, which we spend a lot of time looking at this, that from our assessment, we're at that point when it comes to public safety.
Well, Mayor Snyder, that's a very good point, and I'm certainly not qualified to assess the staffing of the local police department. But at the same time, things aren't really adding up in my mind. And the reason they're not adding up is because it's my understanding that there has not been an additional officer added to the staffing in over 10 years. Our taxes do go up every year. They might be limited to 3%, and the city does have other revenue. I feel like somebody on city council, and a lot of you guys have been there for a few years, you guys totally neglected the problem for 10 years. I can't imagine that there was no need for an entire 10-year span to add a single police officer, and then suddenly you're short 8 officers, and the only way you can pay for it is to increase taxes.
Michael, if you were to go back and look at the budget committee minutes back to 2010 or even 2009 and look at decisions that were made, what we've done a couple different times is what I would say is kind of schizophrenic movements where in a certain year, I think 2012, 4 officers were actually cut. And then a couple of years later, when that was really problematic, we actually added them back. there's been a lot of effort to try to make sure that we are meeting the minimum needs of our community. But you have to remember that the police in the general fund, where the police department is funded, and you talk about that imbalance where revenue is going up by 3%, our expenses for police, and particularly for police personnel, go up by more than 3%. So it doesn't, to me, it doesn't compute that you would think that we could add officers over a decade when our income is going up less than the money that it takes to spend to get or to keep the officers we have.
And Mr. Antonelli,
if I could just comment on Councilor Goodhouse's comment, because I think it ties into what Mayor Snyder is saying, and that is in regards to growth. The new growth isn't paying for itself. So with that being the case, why is the city so gung-ho on growth that they know isn't going to pay for itself, thinking that they're just going to shift that additional responsibility onto the people that live here already?
Well, Mr. Antonelli, as to that point, for a number of years in Budget Committee, we have talked about that imbalance between residential not paying for itself and the percentage of the total tax revenues that have come from commercial and industrial and business properties declining significantly over the last 15 or 20 years as a percentage of the tax base, because commercial, industrial, and business properties do pay for themselves. And that's what was 25, 30 years ago when I moved here. One of the reasons why the city was able to do all the things that it could do. A limitation on the amount of zoning, the development of the land that was zoned for that, saturation thereof, left primarily only residential properties for development. That's where the growth occurred. And with the imbalance in revenue versus expenses, you see how over a 25 or 30 year period of time, we've ended up where we are. That's a much broader, more global kind of issue that the public is not aware of. But again, back to Mayor Snyder's comments, if you were to go back to Budget Committee minutes, going back at least 4 or 5 years, that imbalance was spoken of. And in a couple of Budget Committee meetings, we have talked about how do we improve the available land and the density for commercial and industrial properties to help try and balance that out. And as to, I think it was Mr. Winterraud's point, to attract businesses and employment to our community. So it's not that that it's been ignored, it's that it takes time to get these things put into play. The new ideas, the new policies, and the new zoning and the development agency things that have been worked on that you'd see in our very next item on the agenda. It's being worked on, but things have caught up with us.
Council President Goodhouse, just one last comment. The council did a couple of years ago put a levy on the ballot that was going to address the budget. It would have been for police and parks and for staff. So that had been addressed, and it's been talked about for years. One other thing that Cliff mentioned, the other things we're looking at were, as he said, commercial does pay for itself, is the city has created the urban renewal district in the Tiger Triangle, which takes a blighted area and is going to have a lot more growth. There's going to be a lot more business, commercial, hotels and so forth in there, but it's going to take a decade or two for that to really get built out, and for that urban renewal district to be, for that debt limit to be paid off. But still in the future, 25 years in the future, there will be that money, and there'll be more commercial money coming in. So there are things planned in the future, but the levy is kind of a temporary thing to take care of the police till we hit a point where we can have commercial and property taxes come in and other things. So there's things in the work, but it takes a while for some of those to happen. And the last thing is, with the cost is we have healthcare, PERS, a lot of other costs that increase by 10% or more when property taxes increase only by 3%, the revenue by 3% every year.
Chair Roan.
Yeah, I know it's a difficult problem. I just want to thank all of you guys for your time, and I appreciate the opportunity to comment.
Thank you.
Mr. Antonelli. Liz, if there's no one else on, I think we should move to the Town Center Development Agency Budget Committee.
Okay, there are no more callers on the phone.
Okay, we will recess the City of Tigard Budget Committee for a bit, and we will convene the Town Center Development Agency 2021 Budget Committee. Sean Farrelly is here to present the Town Center Development Agency budget. And
unknown participant is now exiting.
The Town Center Development Agency budget message. Sean, please go ahead.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Sean Farrelly. I'm the redevelopment project manager. So this is the Town Center Development Agency budget presentation to the Town Center Development Agency Budget Committee. The TCDA is the Tax Increment Financing Agency that implements voter-approved urban renewal plans. And it's a separate legal entity from the City of Tigard. So as the City Council acts as the board of the TCDA, the Budget Committee acts as the Budget Committee of the TCDA. And there's a separate budget and separate funding. And that funding largely comes from tax increment financing, or TIF. And to really briefly explain, if anyone in the public is watching, when voters approve an urban renewal plan, there's a defined area, property taxes in that area. As they increase, that increase in property taxes is used to pay for projects that are in the urban renewal plan. And City of Tigard has two tax increment financing districts. One is the City Center District. It's our more mature district, formed in 2006. It's modestly budgeted at about $22 million worth of projects. And the much larger and more significantly financed district is the Tigard Triangle District, formed in 2017 and has a maximum indebtedness of $188 million, and has been mentioned before. These are the two areas where the city is consciously trying to focus growth, get new development going, more people, more businesses attracted to these areas. Next slide. Next slide. Toby, next slide. Okay, so what we accomplished last year in the City Center District, we completed the Rotary Plaza and a public restroom, and that's part of the larger Tigard Street Heritage Trail project. And with our Universal Plaza project, which I'll talk about a little more in a couple minutes here, we were able to get the property vacated, and we've hired design and activation consultants to help us plan for that. And then another project is we've selected a developer, and we're developing concepts for some affordable senior housing to be built alongside the Tigard Senior Center. In the Triangle, we've completed the new Tigard Triangle Equitable Implementation Strategy. That was a largely funded by Metro grant, where we worked with the community, focusing on the disadvantaged community, who we don't often are able to get in contact with, and we developed our priorities for projects in the next 5 years. And we've started to do some concept planning on many of those projects. And then one of the affordable housing projects that we've helped funded, the Red Rock Creek Commons project, ground was broken, and that project should be coming online very soon. Next slide. So I'm going to talk about the two districts and the key projects that are planned for this coming fiscal year. So I'll start off with the city center. The Universal Plaza is a project that will result in a signature public area in our downtown. It's been long planned and long desired. This coming fiscal year, we'll be focusing on design and activation. We have been planning some temporary activities and so forth this summer. COVID-19 has changed the timeline of that a bit, but it's giving us some time to step back and be really thoughtful and deliberate about how we design this public space. Next slide. So Main Street, Green Street Phase 2, Urban Renewal Funds will be paying for a large part of this project. It's to mirror the improvements that were done in the southern half of Main Street, the railroad tracks down to 99. This will complete Main Street with pedestrian improvements, new public furniture and other amenities on the street, and kind of mirror the improvements that were done in the other half of Main Street. So that's being designed and construction, I believe.
Mr. Farrelly, we lost you. We don't have audio from you anymore. Can we tell if Sean is trying to call back in?
Yes, he's actually still in the meeting, so I'm assuming he's having some internet or technical issues on his side of the.
Okay.
Chair Roan?
Yes.
I believe Kenny Asher, Community Development Director, is still in the meeting, and perhaps he could take over until Sean gets back.
Certainly. Please go ahead, Mr. Asher.
Good morning, everyone. I've seen these slides. I don't recollect the order, but let's see if I can help while Sean is trying to find his way back into the meeting. So why don't we advance to the next City Center project slide. The Futures Project is a planning effort that responds to several of Council's goals related to the future of this district in particular. We are working now with a consultant to understand whether the urban renewal area down here should be extended or enlarged, whether there are other projects that need to be added. This is a district that expires in probably, I think, about 4 or 5 years. While we're doing that, we're also updating the vision for the city center. It hasn't really been looked at from an urban design standpoint for many years, and especially with light rail planned for this district, it's time to make sure that our vision is up to date and we have the best option going forward to make sure that we have the right projects and the right funding framework to accomplish those projects. So we'll be finishing this project during this fiscal year.
Kenny?
Mm-hmm.
Sean is back if he wants to jump in, or you can continue, whichever you two want to do. Love to hear from you, Kenny. Don't get me wrong.
No, it's Sean's presentation, so if he's back, I'll just be waiting in the wings if I need to jump in again.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, sorry for the technical difficulties here. My computer quit on me. So we're on the Nick Wilson Fanno Creek Overlook project, and that's a long plan for a project that would build some public space along Fanno Creek next to the brew pub and connect up with the Fanno Creek Trail. We've secured the property and the easements for that, and we'll begin designing and engineering towards the end of this fiscal year. And next slide. So moving to the Tigard Triangle, we've appropriated some funds to do some park property acquisition. As we know, the Tigard Triangle is a large area. There's a lot of apartment activity happening there. There could be as many as 1,500 residents there in the next 3 years, and currently there's no parks. So this was the #1 rated project in Equitable Implementation Strategy. So we are going to be looking at acquiring some park property that will, acquiring the property that will later be developed. Next slide. We've also proposed some money to be spent on affordable housing development assistance. The Red Rock Creek Commons will be benefiting from some of that assistance. There's also a couple other affordable housing projects that may also be applying for this assistance, and it's really key to funding to get these projects done to address our affordable housing crisis in the region. Next slide. We also have a pot of money for redevelopment assistance, and that's to help mixed-use projects kind of close the gap. This project at the corner of 72nd and Dartmouth. We learned from the developer recently that it'll be called the Overland. It's going to be a real game changer in terms of development in the Triangle. 219 apartments and 5,000 square foot of commercial on the ground floor with structured parking. So there is some money we agreed to pay for some of their SDCs, which would be very significant. And we have a development agreement with that developer, and that project is nearing getting their building permit. Next slide. We're also planning the Highway 217 multi-use path. So that project would be built with the light rail, Southwest Corridor light rail. If that project is built, this would build a pedestrian and bicycle path as part of the viaduct that's over 217. A really important project to connect the city center district with the Tigard Triangle. There's not many good ways to connect, to get between those two areas right now. And this project, will not be built next fiscal year, but it'll help us with some of the pre-development work. And also, more importantly, it will be available as a match for many of the grants that we are currently applying for to get this project built. So it would be, in concert with TriMet in building this viaduct. We'd also want to build a multi-use path. So service challenges, similar to the city, we don't know what the long-term impacts of COVID-19 will be. We have heard from the development community, while some projects that were already in process are moving ahead, other projects that were in the beginning stages, there's been kind of a hold or kind of a pause on going ahead with those projects until there's more certainty in what's going to happen with the economy. And the other, unknown is the Southwest Corridor whether, what timeline that'll be built, whether it'll be funded this year, and we can progress with assuming that'll be built. It's just not known at this point. So that is my presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fairley, and also Mr. Asher for filling in. We are near the for TCDA, but I do want to open it up for questions. If we can go down through the list. Ms. Chandler, do you have any questions for Mr. Fairley?
Yes, I was wondering if we have any sort of solar requirements associated with some of these building projects that we're doing, recognizing that the city is not one of the cities that has committed to the Paris Agreement. Is this the sort of thing that we're going to be requiring as we look at developing these various sorts of housing projects? Thank you.
So we currently do not, but we are, with that pot of money called redevelopment assistance, we are developing some more formal criteria that developers will have to meet in order to access that money. And I believe one of the criteria would be to have sustainable building features that could include solar panels on the building.
If I could just elaborate on that, Sharon. The other place we're trying to fortify the city's commitment to sustainable development resiliency is in the updated reference in her remarks this morning that the new strategic plan has much clearer direction for all of us, including the development agency, on seeking and trying to secure that kind of improved building technology.
Thank you very much. Ms. Chandler, anything else?
Nope, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Anderson.
No questions at this time.
Thank you. Mr. Bentz.
Yeah, I got a couple quick ones. First one, how do we arrive at the number of affordable housing units?
So, our role is to assist private developers, nonprofit, affordable housing developers with their projects. And every one of their projects is different, depends on the size of the parcel they have and, what they can afford to build. So there's no set number of affordable housing projects other than with Southwest Corridor, there was a commitment to build I think about 500 units of affordable housing in Tigard near Southwest Corridor station. So it's a little bit separate from the TCDA, but related. We don't have any specific requirements for affordable housing.
Gotcha.
Kind of act as assisting private developers, nonprofit developers.
Okay. Sorry, I got a baby here making noise. He's attacking me. Let's see. There's a senior center. Is there a long-term plan for that? I've been seeing loads of senior centers popping up, and I'm expecting there's, after the baby boomer boom, what's the long-term effect there? What's the plan for that?
Yeah. So we have a senior center. It's, near Fano Creek and Hall, very well used, and it is a large property that we thought, this would be a good site to also build some senior housing right next to it. A lot of potential synergy there. So that is what we're in the middle of planning. We've partnered with a nonprofit developer, Northwest Housing Alternatives, who are looking at building about 50 to 60 affordable units there. And there'd be, good synergy with the residents being able to make use of the senior center, and the patrons of the senior center could make use of facilities in the housing public areas.
Okay. Yeah, and final comment, this is kind of a personal one. So the Main Street area, sorry, this guy's terrible right now. I love the design of the new Main Street. There's that one car wash that's
always at full volume. Is that going to stay there definitely?
Well, I mean, it's up to that property owner. I think he has been approached by people who might want to buy him out, but you know, that's kind of up to him. It is a little bit noisy. I would agree with you. If you're sitting out on the street trying to enjoy some food or something, it is a little bit loud.
Kind of a mood killer. Yeah. All right. Just curious on it. Thanks.
Sure.
Thank you, Councilor Lube.
I don't have any questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Cadman.
No questions at this time. Thank you.
Councilor Goodhouse.
No.
Ms. Voigt.
No questions at this time. Thank you.
Mayor Snyder.
No questions. Thank you for the presentation, Sean.
Thank you.
Councilor Newton.
Sorry, just a couple of quick things. Hey, Mr. Fairley, the Universal Plaza, which I'm very excited about because I had the opportunity to listen to all of the presentations and was really excited about the firm we chose to design. Because of our inability to do gatherings like we had hoped this summer, are we looking at a different approach for the initial involvement with the community on that, or is it affect the schedule?
Yeah, we are looking at a different approach, and it's been really interesting to think about how we can engage the public at this time. But we have some really good ideas that I think we'll be sharing publicly soon, but it's going to involve developing a website and kind of some branding to go along, and maybe some activities that will happen on the site that won't involve large gatherings. So stay tuned for more information, but we are, you know, kind of pivoting away from our original plans to do, you know, events and large gatherings this summer towards a new type of engagement with people.
So at this point, we're trying to hold to the schedule as much as we can.
Yeah, you know, might slip a little bit, but we are moving ahead with trying out things on the site and engaging with the public.
Okay, and a couple more quick things. Main Street, Green Street. I remember I was on staff when we did the north end, and that was challenging for businesses. I remember. I'm just wondering, are we going to do some initial outreach to those businesses? We're not sure how we're going to come out on the other side of COVID in terms of impact on businesses. So is it possible we might be making some adjustments once we've had a conversation with those businesses about their concerns on impacts on their businesses to the schedule?
Right. I know that the project managers on that are very sensitive to business concerns, and they do have a communications plan, and they have a consultant on retainer who's going to be leading that outreach. I know it is COVID has not paused it, but is slowing down the project a bit. But that is top of their mind, is to communicate with the businesses there.
That's the world we live in. Yeah. And then no general fund transfers this year, it doesn't look like, on the urban renewal. No general fund transfers in?
Not for the city center, because we did accumulate TIF to go out for borrowing.
Right.
I'll have to ask Toby about the triangle. We'll be able to go out for borrowing there.
Yeah, I didn't see any, and usually they're noted, so I was just checking. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Newton. Without going into a primer on low-income housing tax credits, tax abatements, and things like that, Mr. Fairley, maybe in 2 or 3 sentences, do you have some general comments for the public about how low-income housing projects affect revenues vis-a-vis the potential services that the city has to supply to those projects?
Yeah, I'll try. It's complex. I mean, we want to encourage these kind of projects because there's an affordability crisis in the region and in Tigard. We want to enable people not to get pushed out especially in areas that we're, focusing new development on. We don't want to force people who've lived there for years out just because the rents go up. So these projects are really important. It is true that there is an impact on property taxes, but we think, you build affordable housing projects and enough market rate projects that are going to generate new property taxes, then it shouldn't be a significant impact. But you are correct, as they don't pay property taxes, there is some impact in these projects. But we think the good far outweighs that impact.
Okay, and then on the market rate apartment projects, a mid-rise project in the 4 to 5 story range, like the Upland, is that from a revenue expense standpoint, generally speaking, a positive to the overall general fund budget for the services that are provided?
Yeah, I believe it is. There's going to be new businesses that are attracted to that, the ground floor. With the residents of the, I think they're going to attract all sorts of demographics there. But it's probably largely going to be, I would say, singles or maybe retired people that maybe don't have as big of a demand on services as families do. Somewhat speculating here, being speculative, but that is going to generate quite a lot of property tax. It's I think something like an $80 million project. So eventually that is going to put a lot of money into our property tax collection.
Okay, and then there's societal and economic benefits for those kinds of projects because you put housing much closer to potential jobs that those people would have. It reduces the demands on transportation and other services, keeps more cars off the road, etc. Thank you. Appreciate your time, Mr. Farrelly, and also Mr. Asher. Any other questions? I'll give you 15 seconds and then we'll move on. Okay, thank you very much. Would anyone like to make a motion to approve the fiscal year 2020 and 2021 TCDA budget? If you would, please state your name first.
This is Chris Bentz. I move to approve the 2021 TCDA budget.
Thank you very much. Is there a second?
So this is Toby. Just a quick technicality. Mr. Bentz, can you move to approve the budget as proposed?
Yes. This is Chris Bentz. I move to approve the budget as proposed, the 2021 TCDA.
Thanks for that clarification.
Thank you.
Now that we have the motion correct, thanks, Toby. Do we have a second?
This is Tim Cadman. I second the motion.
Thank you. Liz, please take a roll call vote. If you are in favor, please say yes, rather than some other affirmative response. And if you're opposed, please say no. Go ahead, Liz.
Siobhan Chandler,
Yes.
Counselor Anderson,
Yes.
Chris,
Yes.
Counselor Lube,
Yes.
Tim,
Yes.
Counselor Goodhouse,
Yes.
Leah,
Yes.
Mayor Snyder,
Yes.
Cliff,
Yes.
Counselor Newton.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much. The Town Center Development Agency budget passes, and we will now adjourn the Town Center Development Agency Budget Committee. At this time, I'd like to reconvene the City of Tigard Budget Committee, and we will have the brief presentations from each of our departments on their department accomplishments and upcoming work for the next fiscal year. If you have a question on any of these presentations, please indicate that in the meeting chat so that Liz will know that you're there. And we will address those questions at the end of each presentation. First, we have the police department with Chief Kathy McAlpine. Chief, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Again, Chief Kathy McAlpine presenting the police departments. Go ahead and next slide. First, I want to highlight the key accomplishments for the fiscal year 19 and 20. As most of you are aware, in 2018, we did develop a 3-year strategic plan that had 6 strategic priorities. While I would love to take a walk through all of them, I'm only going to highlight a few of them to show our accomplishments. And we're almost done with our 3-year plan, and we have made substantial accomplishments. First and foremost is I'm proud to say that we are Oregon accredited, and that's a great accomplishment. And what that does is means that we're in line with best practices in the policing industry. Second is in our categories of effective use of data and technology. We did purchase an interactive scenario-based training system. Maybe some of you got a chance to see that demonstration at our open house, but that does allow for a variety of training modules, but it also allows us to practice our verbal and de-escalation skills. And we're hoping to open that up to our area partners as well to be able to start using that equipment. We installed the cameras for photo enforcement this year, and we are just about to implement, probably around the first week of June, our online crime reporting system. For strengthening community and city relationships and partnerships, we did host our second open house where we had over 500 attendees and received nothing but positive comments and support. We also hosted our chat with the chief at community events. We did this both in person and also after the pandemic, we did virtual. And I'm pleased to say that we had many interactions with our community members during those events. We've also increased our social media and traditional media outreach to highlight our police work. And again, it's how can we effectively communicate with all aspects of our community? And I'm saying our touch point right now is pretty high out there. We have, under the COVID-19 response, modified some of our practices. First and foremost was making sure that our officers were safe and had the proper protective equipment so that we could continue to still provide service. We did modify some of our response so that if it is a cold call or something that is stale and we could handle it over the phone, we chose to do that. We asked questions of whether or not anybody was sick or had fevers so that we could maybe ask if people were mobile to come out and talk to us in open spaces. And by and large, we have not received really any complaints on that modified service and have been able to communicate effectively so far. We've also, definitely reduced our proactive contacts, again, trying to limit as many face-to-face contacts as we could during that unknown time. And since then, but 6 weeks later, we are now doing more of our general contacts, again, with all of our protective equipment, but we're seeing those contacts going. Next slide, please. So our key projects plan for fiscal year 21 is to continue with the photo enforcement. The next is our speed enforcement. Of the 3 intersections that we do have red light cameras, only 2 were approved to do speed enforcement, and that is 99 in Hall Boulevard and 99 in 72nd Avenue. And that is projected early summer to kick that one off. Our traffic safety, we did expand our traffic safety unit to include, or we wish to, expand our traffic safety unit to include an evening traffic car to supplement our day and afternoon motorcycles. Many of our complaints are still around traffic related behavior. And so by expanding it through the photo enforcement program, we would put that early evening traffic car. It would be a car, not a motorcycle. And then technology, we want to evaluate the effectiveness of our online crime reporting. So again, we're hoping to maybe as high as 10% of our calls for service could be handled through that online reporting. So we'll monitor that monthly. And then we want to replace our outdated patrol vehicle dash cams. Usually they have a life of 5 years. These current ones are been not, in place for almost 12 years. And so we want to update all those cameras. A little bit more about that is each marked patrol unit does have a dash cam, so that will record all traffic stops, all contacts of citizens that are done in the public area. And then we want to continue our community engagement. We, like many of the departments in the city, have contracted with Unite Oregon to expand our outreach to underserved communities. And so as a police department, we're always looking for ways to make our connections to ongoing dialogue. And so we're excited to see what we can do with Unite Oregon. And lastly, just if you aren't aware, we did apply for the DOJ COPS grant. We did request 2 officers, and we do not expect to hear from them until later in the year, so long after our budget has been approved. But we did apply, and I think that's probably early fall is when they'll make their determination. Next slide, please. So our services challenge going into fiscal year 21, and I think most of you are aware of our current challenges as we are. A lot of it was well documented during this levy campaign. And without knowing what happens on Tuesday will be a lot of what is our challenges going into 2021. As everybody knows, and I'll take just a minute to remind everybody, Washington County is growing fast and Tigard is growing even faster. While our calls for service, and that's at about 13%, and our calls for service have increased over 24%, and we've gone backwards about 4% less sworn officers. And so patrol staffing is always our first and foremost challenge. We continue to recruit, we continue to attract people who are interested. Right now we have 3 vacancies, however we have 5 candidates that have successfully passed the background, and until we hear that the psychologists can open up and do some of those after conditional officers do those psychological exams, as well as the police academy opens up, then we can move in to fill those 3 vacancies that we currently have. And then we're challenged to retain our senior officers. We just recently lost a very senior officer and actually sergeant to another agency. So we want to make sure that we retain our officers, and that means that they have adequate support and their workload is comparable to those who are in the area. Training, we want to maintain our statewide mandates while adjusting the department's training options to meet the evolving needs of the community. And again, you've heard me talk a lot. If we're successful with the levy, that'll allow us to more rapidly get everybody that advanced de-escalation and crisis intervention training. Right now, we're at a pace of about 3 to as high as 5 officers a year, because while the training is free, it's the backfilling that causes the overtime and expenses. And because we do not know how long we'll be in this pandemic, obviously managing our ongoing business practices and evolving protocols. And then we just recently, happy to announce that we recently promoted a sergeant to fill that sergeant's vacancy, and that happened to be our canine handler, Officer Rivera. So now we do have an opening for another canine position, and we're looking maybe to even expand that. So those will be the things that we'll be challenged and looking forward to in fiscal year 21. Next slide. Oh, I guess I'm done with that. So at this point, before we go on to the library, if anybody has any questions, I'll be happy to answer those.
I've got a quick one. This is Chris Bentz. Can you talk a little bit more about the de-escalation and crisis intervention training? And is there any data to show that any officers that have gone through that, are less likely to commit some atrocity. Sorry for 40 swords, but.
Sure, be happy to. First, if you're familiar with the 21st century policing pillars that came out under President Obama, and it was after the Ferguson shooting, there were many components and pillars in that, but one of them was to ensure that officers got, the basic de-escalation training in the academy, but also in addition to that, any more advanced training. With the recommendation that you should do just as much de-escalation and crisis training as you do your firearms qualifications. And so Washington County, Clackamas County do have curriculums that are 40 hours. And it really is just going through with your mental health professionals and all of the clinicians that talk about all the different people that are in crisis, whether it's through mental health, drug addiction, and or both, and how we can use our words, how we can control a situation. And they go into a lot of different scenarios you can practice and how to work better as a team. And so while we've had about 7 officers go through that, by and large, the Tigard Police Department is pretty low. We're less than 1% of all of our calls for service that result in any type of force. But we don't want to just, stay with that. We want to make sure everybody has the advanced training. And so, no, I have not compared them once they've gone to the training to see, because again, we're relatively low to begin with. But I think it's a responsible thing to do. I think it's one we want to make sure that the priority is our patrol officers get that kind of training, because as you'll see later, our increase in mental health calls have gone up significantly, and so the fact that we're still able to resolve these for the most part with little to no use of force is a great accomplishment. I hope I answered that question.
Yeah, you did. Thank you. And it's a little tough question, and I've always had pleasant experiences with Tigard Police, so just wanted to throw it out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bentz. Ms. Chandler.
I was curious, it seemed as though in the budget that there was some bit of a snafu around the cameras. Could you explain that, the cameras that were installed on the 99W?
Chief, I believe you might be muted.
Is Chief McCoffman still
okay.
on?
Yes, sorry about that.
Thank you.
Apologize. There were some delays in getting the activation because as you would any testing and working with ODOT, we had to make certain modifications working with the third-party vendor that installed them. So there was a delay in passing ODOT's inspection. I'm not sure if that's what you're talking about. We continue to still tweak the cameras. We get a lot of reports on flashing where people feel that they're not in violation. We've done some education and to remind people that it could be somebody else because you're talking about a 4-way intersection. And then also just because there's a flash does not mean that it automatically goes to a citation. There's 2 independent reviews before we get to that. So there's still some assessment that's going on. And we did have some snafus early on with the vendor and with ODOT that we were able to resolve and meet their inspections.
Okay, that's helpful. So they are live at this point?
Yes, all 3 intersections are live and working.
Great, thank you.
Tim Cadman has a question.
But mine was just asked, so I'll go ahead and withdraw it. Thank you.
This is Councilor Lube. I have a couple of questions. One of my first questions is in the police department and court division area under staffing levels, it has to do with the red light cameras. There's discussion about adding one, I believe it's an officer for the police department to manage the additional citations that are coming in because we have an officer who's looking at that as that second look, and then 3 FTE for the court division as these citations are rolling in and the workload changes. So because, you know, there was such a delay with the red light cameras, and in our current situation, people aren't driving, we're not seeing quite the amount of citations that we were looking for. And I know, you know, we're looking to implement the speeding in fiscal year 2021. So with these, when are we anticipating needing to make the hires? Is it going to be immediately during the budget process, or you know, once the budget goes into play, or is this going to be later on? You know, for instance, the officer in 2021, when the additional speeding goes in. I'm just wondering the timeline for needing these positions, and if that's reflected in the budget, or if the budget is reflecting them, all of them essentially starting July 1st.
I appreciate the question, and I have been coordinating with Director Nadine Robinson regarding that. And you're right, it's been a little bit slow with the enforcement, especially with the reduction of traffic right now during this stay-home order. So our onboarding, should it be approved, will be with that in mind. When everything is live and going and we see the increase, and we see right now we're actually seeing the growth of just red light in the last week itself increase. So we know it's going to be there, but we definitely are going to onboard as we see an uptick. And I'm sure that Nadine will talk about it also in her presentation as well. But we have talked. We know we're going to coordinate so that. And as you know, even just to fill the position once it's approved, we have the first 3 vacancies that we'll jump on right away, and we won't add or that position, which will get elevated to a current experienced officer, but we'll onboard somebody else after that. So it will be a delay, is the short answer.
Okay. Thank you. I have one more question. We had a citizen reach out to us this past week, and I just wanted to make sure that the question gets asked because I think it's relative to the budget, and to give you an opportunity to answer it. They talked about, you know, we referenced the matrix or the, you know, independent audit often regarding the 8 officers, but they did also have a recommendation for 2020 for medium priority for the elimination of 2 detective positions. And so I wanted to give you an opportunity to talk about that. And is that in the plan, or, you know, are we shifting? What's going on with that recommendation?
Well, I appreciate the question, and I think it's a great question because you cannot use portions of that audit without looking and valuing the other parts of the audit. And so while the audit did recommend 8 officers for patrol and to add 1 school resource officer in the upcoming year, the audit did say that if we are currently doing the things that we're doing, you could reduce the detectives by 2. And so right after that report, we did a big deep dive into what the recommendations are. And I had Commander Rogers look into that. One of the things that they did was they included the detective that was assigned to the Drug Enforcement Task Force, and they don't carry a caseload per se. They're all proactive based on leads and whatnot. So we had to eliminate 1 detective that they used in their analysis. So we actually reached out to Matrix. We talked to them and to understand their analysis, and then Commander Rogers presented a paper as to why we should not eliminate those 2, and I agree completely. We're also, it's how we do our case assignments, and we've looked at how we're expanding that to include a lot of times our domestic violence are assigned to our patrol officer follow-up, and we're going to dedicate a detective to doing that. So we have 1, acknowledge that the DA agent doesn't do an active caseload, and then 2, that we are expanding the assignments that'll go to the detectives. And I hope that answers the question.
It does. Thank you, Chief.
Anyone else, Liz?
Sorry, I didn't enter the chat box. This is Councilor Newton, and I just want to clarify. I think I understand this. In the budget document on page 56, we talk about hiring 1 additional traffic safety officer, And that's the same one you just commented on that's going to be the evening traffic car? Is that the same officer?
That is correct.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I understood that. And I just want to say kudos to our officers in the whole department. I know you've been scrambling in this COVID-19 situation, and I think it, you know, trying to respond as best you can to the community's calls for service and the other things that are happening. And I think it demonstrates how well we do with the resources we have and the need for expanding our police resources. So thank you to you and your department.
I appreciate the comments and the support. And if I may just expound a little bit more on the detective question, I focus on the DEA, but we also have a halftime with the FBI task force as well. And so again, those numbers did not get figured into that. And then also our commercial crimes unit, which is funded by the business license fees, they handle all of our growing organized retail theft and commercial property type crimes. And so very effective unit in that regards, but again, not necessarily funded through the general fund, or at least comes through the fees that are paid by the businesses.
Liz, is anyone else up on the chat?
Council President Goodhouse here. I don't have a hand raise feature on mine. Chief, I was just going to say it's good to hear that on the red light cameras, one of the things I've heard a lot, or I think council does, is that a lot of times with it flashing, with people seeming to not feel like anyone's gone through the intersection. So it's good to hear that's still being tweaked and looked at, because I think that's one of the biggest things that people are wondering why it keeps flashing all the time and what's going on with that. I know it's not a budget related question, but.
No, and it's a variety of things. Like I said, especially in Hall, where you have a lot of activity and you still have individuals that will basically do a California stop and not truly stop, and then make that right-hand turn while somebody else is going through an intersection. All they see is the flashing light, and they're only focused on their behavior, not knowing what else is going on around them. The other is just the algorithm. The cameras anticipate the speed that you are currently going on, and if you brake quickly, you don't activate it, but they can anticipate that if you continue on the speed, you're going to violate that, and so the flashes will go in anticipation. But we have the vendor that does the initial reviews, and we have officers that make the final determination. So many of those are weeded before they really get to an actual violation.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll go down through the list. Councilor Anderson?
No questions for the chief.
Thank you. Mr. Cadman?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Voigt?
No questions, thank you.
Mayor Snyder?
No questions.
I had two basic questions, Chief McAlpine. There's a budget item number 54001, professional and contractual services. Those constitute, between just operations and support services, about $1,258,000 in the budgets that are being presented. Can you give me as brief as a one-liner on what some of those might be? And if you're paying for it on the outside, is there value, and have you considered bringing some of it inside? Because I don't know what those are.
No, those are great questions, and I'll respond in two sentences. The first is Conduit, who is our vendor for the photo enforcement, and that's $469,000. The other is WACA, so our dispatching, which is $788,000 about.
Okay. All right, and then my last question, or actually a comment. In your budget, I assume that you have put some numbers in there for PPE ongoing for the rest of the year for your staff? And do you have sources for adequate supplies for PPE?
We did not increase our equipment for PPEs. Right now, we can adequately support it in the current budget. We also work with, our emergency operating center as a focal point and the point of contact with Washington County to make sure that all first responders have adequate PPE around the area. And then, of course, we've received some generous donations when it comes to like hand sanitizers and other protective equipment that have been very generous to help us going. So at this point, we're okay. There's also been part of grants that we've looked at for additional purchasing of that we're in the middle of applying for, which is about a $34,000 grant that's due to be submitted in about a week and a half. And again, that will allow us to either get reimbursed for what we've purchased or to look forward to what we might need to sustain it. And we're looking to get more for the sustaining portion of it.
Okay, very good. Thank you. And my last question is, the budget proposes an increase in the number of officers, but also it proposes an increase in overtime from prior periods. And it just on the face of it, it would seem that if you're increasing the number of officers, you might decrease overtime. Apparently, that's not the case.
Have to look at that line item that you are, Chair Roan, but overall, the increase in one officer is again under the traffic enforcement, and with the assumption of the full implementation of photo enforcement. The rest of the overtime again is as we are currently staffed. So when you talk about being on minimum staffing levels and should we have anybody that goes down or gets activated in the military, which we have one that's deployed for an entire year, or training court, then that's when our overtime can increase for those staffing measures. And then of course when you get the bigger events like a homicide or multiple emergencies at one time, oftentimes that can put us into an overtime situation. So without the actual line item that you're seeing, which I will be happy to take a look at and provide more of a comprehensive one, but it's pretty much staying on par with what we've asked in the past.
Okay. Thank
Chair
you.
Roan?
Yes.
Marty has a comment, please.
Chair Roan and Budget Committee, I just wanted to let you know as we go through the department presentations regarding the question about personal protective equipment or other things that are related to COVID-19 response that would require us to retrofit our facilities or to ensure that our staff have a safe and healthy working environment. The chief mentioned the Emergency Operations Center, and I just want you to know that is our central point of planning and procuring and fixing the conditions that we've got to be able to respond to COVID. So you'll be hearing about the way the COVID-19 response has affected each of the departments, but just know that the way we're responding is happening on a comprehensive level. And planning is underway right now to be thinking about what changes are needed in that regard. And there will be an opportunity, some opportunity to seek FEMA reimbursement and sources of funding to help partially offset those costs. So that's just a note about our COVID response.
Thank you very much. If there are no further questions, we can move on to library.
Chair Roan, this is Liz Newton again. Hey, I just wanted to make sure if there, for people that are maybe watching, members of the public, this is the addition of this traffic officer, this officer in the traffic car is an example of funding staff to support a program with a specific funding source, which is the photo red light, the revenue there. So I just wanted to make sure kind of talked around it, but I just wanted to make sure that that was clear to any member of the public. Thanks.
Thank you. Chief McAlpine, any additional thoughts or comments?
No, at this time, I just appreciate the opportunity. And like I said, there's, with the levy, a lot of education and outreach has been going on that really gets into our needs. And depending on that outcome on Tuesday, will really tell us what our challenges are going to be in fiscal year 21 should the levy not be successful.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. We will move on to the Tigard Public Library presentation with Ms. Bernard.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Halstead Bernard. I'm the director of the Tigard Public Library. I'm honored to share with you some of the ways our library has been serving the Tigard community over the past fiscal year and how we plan to serve in the coming fiscal year despite or perhaps because of the pandemic and our new normal. Next slide, please. So some of our key accomplishments: because of the increase to our professional development budget this fiscal year, our staff members were able to grow their skills with a variety of new opportunities. And one of these new opportunities was our first ever Staff in Service Day, which we hosted in conjunction with the Sherwood Public Library. And our two teams participated in lots of learning activities and sessions on topics such as readers advisory, diversity, equity, and inclusion, and innovating library services, just to name a few. In December, we adjusted the library's service hours in response to both patron feedback on our last survey and the city's performance audit recommendation. And for the past several years, we had seen a sharp decrease in library visits after 8 p.m., so we decided to close 1 hour earlier, Mondays through Fridays. And at the same time, we decided to open 2 hours earlier on Sundays to support our patrons who can only visit us on weekends. We also spent this fiscal year increasing our social media presence. With our new Instagram account, we were able to reach a whole new demographic of library lovers who prefer Instagram over Facebook or Twitter. And by cross-posting our events and information to all three channels, we have a much wider base of engagement and outreach in our community. One of the most common bits of feedback that we receive from our patrons is a desire for a new vendor for our lobby cafe space. Lloyd Purdy, the city's economic development manager, helped us to think differently about the potential in our cafe space. So through a partnership with Micro Enterprise Services of Oregon, also known as MISO, we have secured a vendor for this space for the next 2 years. The space will then become the Opportunity Cafe, a small business incubator for entrepreneurs from underserved groups in our community. But that plan is currently on hold as the library building is closed to the public due to the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. Since mid-March, we have had to rethink our paradigm so that we can still provide services and resources to our community without an open building. While the building is closed, we are all still hard at work. We're helping patrons over email and over the phone. We're offering virtual programming and sharing information through social media. We're improving our library catalog so that patrons can find what they're looking for faster. We've sent almost 20,000 personalized emails to our Tigard patrons to let them know the status of their accounts and how they can reach us while the building is closed. And most importantly, we are planning behind the scenes so that we can safely welcome our patrons back once our building reopens. And thanks to Washington County Cooperative Library Services, all of our patrons still have access to all the ebooks, e-audiobooks, streaming movies, homework help, research databases, tech tutorials, and more that they have grown accustomed to. Speaking of WCCLS, we also spent this spring informing our community about the Washington County Library Levy Renewal, which is Measure 34297 on Tuesday's ballot. Next slide, please. There is no doubt that we will be dealing with the impacts of COVID-19 for years to come. For the upcoming fiscal year, we have determined 3 main projects that will help us support our community as we learn how to navigate this new normal together. First of all, we will develop hybrid in-person and virtual library services. Through our current Tigard Library at Home effort, we started to explore what it might look like to offer our services without the full use of our building. And we are super excited to devise even more new and different ways, such as interactive online programs and a flexible all-ages summer reading program. This year, we will also roll out a robust library of things for all ages. Our patrons have requested additions to our library of things, and once we are able to safely circulate materials again, we will start offering board games, early learning interactive toys, musical instruments, audio-visual equipment, much more. And the most important work we will do right now and through the next year is a reconsideration and redesign of the spaces within our library building so that we can provide welcoming, safe, and healthy access to our materials and services. This is not only a reconsideration and redesign through the lens of public health, which is crucial right now, but also through an equity lens. The mission of the public library includes access for everyone, and so we must continually evaluate how everyone accesses our resources. Next slide, please. So while we are talking about equity and accessing our resources, the current moment has heightened all of our awareness of the digital divide that exists in our country and in our community. When we had to close our doors, we knew that it would impact the community members who rely upon our on computers and Wi-Fi. And when we offer virtual programming, we also know that this programming is only available to community members who have access to the internet. When we circulate our mobile hotspots, we realize that 3 weeks of access is better than no access, but it is still not enough. We will need to address this inequity in our community so that future public health events do not prevent access for all. Another service challenge for the coming fiscal year is that of staffing. As we start to increase our service levels once more, we will do so with fewer teammates than before due to the hiring pause. We have also temporarily laid off all of our on-call librarians, library assistants, and library aides, which impacts how we schedule staff for patron-facing work on our service desks once we're able to do that safely again. We also suspended our volunteer program right before our building was closed. Library volunteers donate a total of 16,000 hours of their time every year, but we are currently unsure when we will be able to welcome our volunteers safely back to service. We do not yet know the sustained impact that COVID-19 will have to providing materials and services to our patrons. This will be a long journey for us. And so far, the stops on the way have required huge amounts of flexibility, patience, and empathy. But this moment has given us unique insight into what we thought were the best ways to serve our community. We will use this insight to innovate our services, to turn those previously best ways into even better ways, and to be ready for whatever might come next. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Bernard. Liz, do we have hands raised?
I don't see any.
Okay, then if not, I'll go down.
Wait. Toby, do you have a question? Oh, no. On the budget, nope. There are no questions so far.
Okay, then I'll just go down through the list. Ms. Chandler?
No questions.
Councilor Anderson?
Yes, Cliff. One question for Halstead. Halstead, we've, as a city council, been talking about increasing the library's Wi-Fi hotspot inventory. I don't see it in the budget. Have you? Do you have an idea of a number that would be adequate for the public?
Thank you very much for that question, Councilor Anderson. This is something that we are talking about as a subgroup of leadership team about this exact issue. I know that right now we have 12 mobile hotspots that are available to our public, and there is always a long hold list. I would say that we could easily double or triple that number and still not quite meet the need of our patrons.
Okay, did I miss it? Was it in this budget or was it supplemental?
It was not in this budget, but I imagine that it will be a supplemental coming up very soon.
Okay, thank you. That's it, Cliff.
Thank you. Mr. Bentz,
No questions here.
Councilor Liu,
No questions for me.
Mr. Cadman,
No questions, thank you.
Councilor Goodhouse,
No questions.
Ms. Voigt,
No questions at this time.
thank you. Mayor Snyder,
No questions.
and Councilor Newton.
I just have one question, Director Bernard. The numbers that you include in the current budget for staffing in the divisions assume moving forward with the current staffing structure that you have, because you can't really plan for anything else right now because you don't know what's going to happen. Is that correct?
That's absolutely correct.
And adjustments may or may not have to be made depending on how we look on the other side of this.
Exactly right.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, everyone, and thank you very much, Director Bernard. We appreciate your input, the information, and the community loves you guys. Our next item on the agenda is Finance and Information Services. Mr. LaFrance.
Hello, Budget Committee. I'm Toby LaFrance, Finance and Information Services Director. And with me today, I'm going to be co-presenting with Mike Nollop, our Information Technology Manager. I'm normally talking to you about citywide budget and financial issues, and I'm excited to get to talk with you about the department I get to direct and the great work of the people I get to work with. I've invited Mike to present with me today as several of our department's accomplishments this year and projects for the next year are IT focused. As a city, we've benefited from direction that Mike and the IT strategic plan has brought to our organization. In short, without IT moving the City of Tigard organization into a virtual desktop environment and Office 365's collaborative suite of services that also meet Department of Defense security measures, Tigard would not have been able to seamlessly move to a telecommuting environment. We wouldn't be able to have the type of meeting we're having right now with a virtual budget committee meeting. Without that ability, Tigard would have been faced with the dilemma of deciding between significant decreases in service levels or trying to maintain limited in-person services at the health risk of staff and the community. So I'd like to go to some of our key accomplishments for this last fiscal year. And Mike, can you talk about the first two bullets here?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much, Toby. Over the past 3 or 4 years, we've been improving and changing technology that relates to more of a remote workforce type of a vision. And as we could not predict COVID-19 like anyone else could, the changes in our network and telephone systems in 2016, VDI infrastructure and consolidation of IT services in 2017 and 2018, Office 365 in 2019 led us into a perfect position to move hundreds of staff instantly to a telecommuting workforce with very minimal effort. We did not have to invest in major infrastructure changes. We did not have to buy a lot of hardware technologies that was very expensive. There was an adjustment period. I will not deny that our staff probably felt a few weeks of adjustments as we moved things off-site. But you know, all in all of that work in the past 4 years has positioned us to be probably one of the best prepared public agencies in Oregon for the COVID-19 virus as it relates to moving our staff to telecommuting work and being able to accomplish full business. So all of that was done from the performance audit. You could see that IT is listed as an under-resourced division. So with 11 staff, 2 of them being new FTE in this last fiscal year, we thank you for that. And we'll talk more about that in the next bullet point. That means that there are very limited resources to make all of that happen. And those are really the true people that get the compliments and the accolades for all of that work and preparing the city for that. Now, that leads to, and what you'll hear, you've already heard from police and library about technology needs. You're going to keep hearing this theme from the rest of the divisions that are going to be presenting. And we've had an increased need and demand for IT services and programs. And we needed an organized, prioritized way to do that, which is our project management office. In this last fiscal year, we received 2 full-time FTEs, Jeannie Robson from M Financial. She was a project manager and analyst at M Financial, and Kelly Johnson was the IT director at Central City Concern. So 2 absolutely excellent people joined our team to help organize and get control of all of the IT projects that were coming at us at a fast pace. In their first few months of meeting with departments, we've identified over 70 IT projects that are now well organized, categorized, measured, and put into a queue. So that type of organizational system is what's going to allow us to match IT and the projects that are being requested for us with our city priorities from the leadership team and all the committees and council. Toby, I'll pass it back to you.
Thank you, Mike. On the finance side of the department, I'm proud that this last year we published our first PAFR, which is a popular annual financial report, with the help of our communications group. And we've submitted this report to the Government Finance Officers Association, or GFOA, for their award program, which sets requirements to have a sufficient and excellent PAFR. This document's important in that it provides key financial summaries in a much more way that people can digest. It's much more approachable than the full comprehensive annual financial report. And at the same time, it allows us to outline the city's values, initiatives, and accomplishments. If we meet GFOA's standards, we'll be just the 9th organization within the state to receive this award. Additionally, one of the department's duties is to manage the city's debt. It's not a part of the work of the finance department that gets highlighted very often. And recently I was able to do some work working with the city's financial advisors and our bond counsel, and we've restructured the city's outstanding general obligation debt of what remains for this to pay off on the city's library and our park bonds. Working with them, we received 6 very competitive bids and was able to lower our interest rate down to 1.34%, shorten the term of our debt from 11 to 6 years, and over the life of the debt, save Tigard property taxpayers $1.25 million in net present value. Lastly, we received a clean audit and our comprehensive annual financial report and the budget document were both given an award for excellence in reporting by the GFOA. These are accomplishments that Tigard has enjoyed for multiple decades and should not be discounted or taken for granted. They represent the culmination of a year's worth of diligence and work and careful attention to detail by staff and finance and our city departments, as well as sound financial oversight and decisions made by groups like our audit committee, this budget committee, and council. Mike, can you kick off our discussion about our projects plan for the next fiscal year?
Yeah, absolutely. So coming from the performance audit, there was a lot of, most of the performance audit actually pointed back to data and maybe some systems and how departments could improve their processes through better and more connected systems. And so our Public Works Department started an asset management request for proposal this last year to look at replacing one of their enterprise systems. Tyler Technologies was the leader in that RFP process. And that made us look a little bit deeper into what Tyler has to offer. And so out of this came what we call a Total Tyler project, which is a culmination of many of their products to replace the 4 core enterprise systems, which is going to be finance, asset management, permitting, and document management. But then we can also wrap into this project 8 to 10 divisional specific softwares. And so what we're doing here over the next 4 years with this Total Tyler project is basically a plan to redo and re-implement all of our enterprise and departmental software as much as can be done within Tyler Technologies into one platform. And this gives us the ability for advanced data analysis and data availability, even public-facing data, a common platform and a common interface for our staff to use, and then also for the public to use as well. It's not one system for utility billing and a separate for permits. It can be all a much more seamless interface. Allows us for a higher level of transparency and visibility. We can also do storytelling and other types of, when it comes to these capital managed or CIP projects, we have the ability to watch and track and tell the story of that CIP process from its inception all the way through to its completion. It's going to promote and help us with the ability for cross-departmental business functions, and again, increase citizen access with mobile technologies, more transparency, and one interface for all of that. So this is a very large multi-year project that is going to take an immense amount of resources. This would be definitely our largest IT project ever. And it's going to take a lot of staff dedication and time to do this, but the benefits are going to be huge to Tiger. Following that up, support remote working. We've heard the term the new normal. I feel that evolves about daily, or maybe a couple times at least per week at this point in time. So as those things evolve, we're continuing to develop and redefine what telecommuting, e-commerce, and availability of our city services digitally is. And so this will continue to evolve. It's not going to be one answer that's going to be done here in the next 3 months. So as needs and all of the departmental changes that are coming up, and as we bring staff to work and we define what roles could potentially become permanent telecommuting roles, there's a lot of work to be done with our leadership team and our departments on that. And then also pushing into the sides of public, as Halstead Bernard was mentioning, with the digital equity platform. So making sure that everyone that visits and lives in Tigard has access to our digital online services. So we will continue to be creative and innovative to drive business and services forward for Tigard residents.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Just kind of to continue on with the discussion of digital equity, Tigard, our department will continue to support the initiatives of the city in enacting our strategic plan, implementing the performance audit recommendations, and fulfillment of council goals. Some areas where we'll be doing that is the digital equity. We'll be taking part in a study to expand the urban growth boundary in South and West River Terrace. We'll be developing procedures and process improvements in Tigard's System Development Charges program, and we'll be continuing our implementation of bilingual services and utility billing. And also I want to say I'll continue with the last item I covered in our accomplishments. Namely, we will be continuing to provide the core financial services that this organization needs to maintain our financial integrity and the trust of the community in the city's ability to handle our finances in an excellent manner that people have come to expect. With the key projects that are planned for this fiscal year, it's worth noting that we don't have a long list of programs and projects that we're going to be doing this next fiscal year namely because, as Mike was saying, Total Tyler and implementing Tyler Munis, which is the financial suite within the enterprise system, is going to be the biggest project from an IT standpoint that this city has undertaken. And while this budget and the last budget includes staff that will allow us to implement this from a technology side, we still need subject matter experts, where we'll need our payroll staff to come in and help us with implementation of payroll. We'll need our accounts payable staff person to come in and help us with the implementation of accounts payable. So we'll have to take people that have 40-hour-a-week jobs and bring them in for a while. So this will be their big projects over the course of the year, which brings us to our service challenges. So we do face some challenges in providing excellent service. Performance audit pointed to some needed analytics and risk audit assessments, and also agreed that there's currently not enough staffing and resources in the department to get these things done. One of the areas where we're working on is the risk created by having only one person who conducts payroll for the city. We are training a backup person to reduce this risk. However, long-term, we'll need to look at expanding staffing in this area. As I mentioned, we've got Total Tyler. This is a major project. And then overall, lastly, I'd just like to conclude with, this has been a really big year for our department with the Total Tyler project kicking off over the next couple of years. We'll continue to move Tigard forward as an efficient, open, and effective organization. That concludes my my prepared statements. Any questions at this point in time?
There are no questions on the chat.
Thank you very much, Toby and Mike. Appreciate your time and the information that you provided us. I'll go down through and do a roll call real quick. Ms. Chandler, any questions for Toby or Mike?
Hi there. Yes, I'm curious about, there was some discussion about looking at potentially moving things to remote work. How are we thinking about that concept as we're also thinking about the sort of Tigard City campus, if you will? I know that's not quite the word that was used earlier, but a new central place where we're going to have Tigard employees and Tigard work taken care of.
So I'll tackle some of this, and actually the next person presenting is on central services, and Nadine may be covering a bit about we refer to it as the All-in-One Plus project. And I will say we are starting to look at what are the space needs going to be with potentially a different kind of workforce. So we're starting to take that into consideration, and it will be something that that will be rolled into the overall campus plan.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Siobhan. Is Mr. Councilor Anderson?
No questions, thank you, Cliff.
Thank you, Mr. Bentz.
Just one. I'm not sure if it's for Toby or for the council. The credit card fees, we talked every year about this, and we're creeping towards, looks like $500,000 almost. When are we going to stop allowing that to happen? Or is that a
So that's an ongoing discussion. We were able to take, and in our permit center, where a number of the fees that we collect don't stay with us, but we're actually collecting on behalf of some other organizations. We have moved their credit card payment system to a third-party vendor who charges a credit card transaction fee, and if I remember correctly, it's 3%. We have an opportunity to apply that to some other areas, because not only do they process the payment, but they also provide a user-friendly portal by which customers are able to go in and make that payment. It's much better portal than our current system, which we'll be replacing, allows us to use. So it's something that we're continuing to look at, or we may be going to it for places such as business license, where we currently don't have any kind of online renewal. It has to be mailed in. And they also have some suite of services in some other areas, such as parks and recreation. And frankly, we'd need to look at utility billing at some point. That said, with the Total Tyler implementation, we've slowed down this implementation just from a priority standpoint. Total Tyler may be able to provide a lot of the services that this does, and spending the time on an implementation just to have it replaced in a couple of years has moved that down the priority list.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't realize the online was tied to the credit card fees. Do we have any leverage at all in the short term? We're stuck at that 3%.
The 3% is what the vendor charges the customer right now, so that the city doesn't have that. For the rest, yeah.
Got it. Okay. All right, that's all I had on that. Thanks.
You bet.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Liu.
Yeah, so with the implementation lasting 4 years and the 2 positions that you're asking for to assist with the implementation, is it anticipated that those positions would only be needed for 4 years, or is it something where they would be permanent additions to the department?
Toby, do you want me to tackle that one?
Sure.
Okay, so the 2 positions will be permanent. So these, and it'll be 3 positions. One of them's already in the current budget cycle that came with the Public Works asset management portion. So IT is going to form a 3-person team that will run this massive enterprise type of a system to make sure that over the course of time, these systems stay up to date. They change with business practices and business initiatives of the city of Tigard. They keep getting modernized, so that this huge investment in a Total Tyler type of a system continues to grow with the city as the city's needs change and evolve. So it will be a 3-person team that would be in charge of the configuration, data reporting from this Total Tyler system.
So with that being said, where is that currently being done? Is that being individual departments? Because I assume some of that has to be done across the city in general.
Yeah, correct. So, well, and as you'd see in the performance audit, not a lot of it maybe is being done right now. So we have deficiencies in our data analytics and cross-platform dependencies. Some of the work is being done in departments. A lot of the support of the enterprise systems is done by third-party vendors. So we contract out with, pretty much one third-party vendor per enterprise system at this point in time, and it ranges anywhere, these are $10, $20, $30, $40,000 contracts each year. And so a lot of that work is contracted out and being done as well in the departments.
Okay, so we would be anticipating not needing those contracts, once we start to roll forward with the different sets of implementations. So we would have savings through those contracts that we would be able to apply to the positions we're hiring.
So, yes, it's a combination of, I would say that the savings from those contracts would probably go towards the annual price of the Total Tyler package that we're going towards. But it's a combination of, yes, between the person, the staff, and the software type of costs.
Okay.
And this aligns, I think, a little bit with the IT strategic plan that we presented to council in February as well. So, go ahead, Toby.
I was actually just gonna ask if you could quickly show how not just the implementation but the maintenance of this major system ties in with the strategic plan.
Yes, I think really what we're trying to do is, and it's kind of, now that I threw that out there, it's just all leaving my brain at this moment in time on the spot. So I apologize for that. But the overall goal is to make sure that we're supporting and putting out technologies that can evolve over time and can change with Tigard's needs. What we've done is we have some enterprise systems that we've implemented a decade ago that were top notch. They were absolutely the best that could possibly be implemented at the time, but they didn't change with the needs of the city over the last 10 years. So what we're putting together is to make sure that we can support and change with the initiatives of the city as they change.
So, and with that, I'll just chime in to say one of the main things the strategic plan has to do with our ability to use data, make data informed decisions, and express that data to the community in a way that they can understand. And one of the places where the performance audit showed that we were falling short was in doing that. So these three staff people, once we're done with implementation and we're at the sort of running and maintenance of this system stage, these will be key to making sure that we're able to share data in a meaningful way across the organization and with our community.
Thank you.
I want to jump in here. We're running a little bit long. If anyone has additional questions for finance and information services, I think Toby's going to be here till bitter end, and Mike probably too. Can we hold those to the 2 o'clock slot?
Is Councillor Newton.
Pardon?
Councillor Newton and I do have some questions.
Do you want to do them right now, Liz, or can we wait till 2 o'clock?
You can wait, it's fine. Whatever works for the group, that's fine.
Okay. Thank you very much. I know police took some time, which was great, but in the interest of keeping on some kind of schedule, can we move on to Central Services and Nadine Robinson?
Good afternoon. This is Nadine Robinson. I'm the Central Services Director. Central Services is made up of 5 different lines of business. It's design and communications, city recorder and records, municipal court, fleet, and property management, also known as facilities. So during the presentation, I'll share accomplishments, goals, and challenges for each division. Can go on to that slide. Thank you. So this fiscal year, the Communications Division has continued to support City Council's goal of improved communications. Staff has created a Facebook presence specifically for our Latino community. We've launched the Talking Tigard podcast, and since the pandemic, supported multiple virtual events, including Connect with Council, chats with the chief, fireside chats, and a business roundtable. The city's website has also served as an important communication tool to keep residents informed on how they can access city services and programs during the pandemic. We had a question about our photo red light program, and the program is active. Court's receiving citations, and this year we were able to coordinate with the technology vendors to allow those photo enforcement citation images as well as the data to be imported into our case management system. Additionally, we activated an imaging model within the system that allows staff to scan, manage, and access documents. And so these solutions have boosted productivity, saved on file space, they've made information sharing easier. And in fact, during the pandemic, we've been able to use the technology to minimize the number of staff that we have in City Hall. Right now, staff are able to access the software from home, and using that tool, they're able to view case files and then respond to public phone calls and emails. Regarding staffing, we have not moved ahead. Well, I shouldn't say that. We just started moving ahead with hiring staff. Right now, we have 3 court clerks, and we're adding a 4th in June. And I'll talk a little bit more later, but that's related more towards the photo enforcement of intersection speed. In this budget, we also received funding for archiving software. And the product that we were looking for was to consolidate the retention of the city website information, email, our collaboration tools, and social media platforms. And for us, very importantly, to be able to archive text messages. So our city recorder staff teamed with IT to procure and implement Smarsh software, a leading provider in the industry. By consolidating the retention of the data from all of our platforms, records staff will be able to use that one solution to respond to records requests, ultimately reducing the time and cost of responding, and also ensuring a consistent search of city records. This year has provided a unique opportunity for the city to consider long-term planning for city facilities. As you're aware, the police department has been looking at space solutions for over 10 years. Last year, council directed staff to begin planning for a new facility, which included updating programming work for that department. However, prior to the work being completed, a multi-departmental team was convened by Community Development Director, Asher, to consider the feasibility of consolidating services into one building. As a result, the consultant's contract was expanded to include programming for 6 of the city's 7 departments. Pardon me. That programming work helped inform the long-term needs of the departments and was a key component in the development of the All-in-One Plus plan that was shared with council earlier this year. We anticipate planning for and communicating about the All-in-One Plus facility will continue this next fiscal year. This fiscal year has also seen the completion of a project that is near and dear to my heart, and that's the City's Americans with Disabilities Act Self-Evaluation and Transition Plan. City Engineer Lori Fay and I work closely with the city's consultant to have the city's programs, services, and activities reviewed for ADA compliance. The transition plan identified barriers and then also gives a time frame for when those barriers are targeted to be removed. To help raise awareness of the plan within the city and our responsibility to provide equitable services and reasonable accommodation, 2 training sessions have been held for staff. We have 2 additional sessions that will be held later this month as well. All 4 trainings are being recorded and they'll be available for other staff to view. Additionally, a project team's been formed to ensure that the ADA work that is being completed is documented. Staff from the engineering and IT are working on a tracking and reporting tool that can be used to show the progress that the city is making towards compliance. So next slide, please. Fiscal year 2021 will see staff continuing efforts that have been started this year as well as taking on new projects. Our website was one of those projects that was initially funded this year, but will be continuing into next year. Communications staff are currently working with IT project managers to finalize the RFP for the updated website. We anticipate work on the project will start the first quarter of next fiscal year. Our goal for the website is to provide an accessible, navigable, and community-driven experience that allows our visitors to easily learn about the city and access the information and services they need. So, photo enforcement of intersection speed is going to be starting in July. We're ready to get going with it with the pandemic. The court hasn't received the number of photo red light violations we anticipated, so we don't have the experience we might have hoped for to determine how additional caseload could be affected with adding this additional program. So kind of as a point of reference, when the traffic counts were done initially on Pacific Highway, we anticipated that we could be receiving as many as 1,000 speeding citations per month. But as you know, if you've been driving on Pacific Highway, traffic isn't quite back to what it used to be, so we're not seeing the level of sites that we'd anticipated. However, we do feel like we have the tools in place to process the the citations, and we're ready to go when that program launches next month. So the completion of the City Hall remodel project was postponed as a result of the pandemic. The Facilities Division has a contract in place, and the work is scheduled to begin June 1 and is expected to be completed by the end of August. As you can imagine, with the pandemic, we've got some different things that are affecting the workspaces. So currently, a number of the staff in city management, finance, and central services are telecommuting. And so our plan is to stay in compliance with the governor's order and maintain social distancing by having a lot of those staff continue to telecommute. We will be providing desks designated in City Hall for staff to use when they need to come to, into the office to work. We've established protocols for cleaning that will help keep staff and our contractors safe. The all-in-one project, as City Manager Wine mentioned in her budget message, continues and will be, the facilities budget currently has funding for 2 contracts to support that project. The first is a functional development and conceptual design contract, and it will identify layout space floor by floor to maximize efficiency, especially in light of the telecommuting that we're experiencing during the pandemic and the opportunity for hoteling. We really want to take a closer look at that and make sure that we're right-sizing the spaces. The other thing it will do will help us define the services that will work in a one-stop service model. We've got some ideas out there, but we really want to talk more with staff to make sure that the proposal that we have in place will work for the community. We'll also determine optimal configuration of the community spaces. We want to make sure this is a building that's comfortable and accessible to our community and one that they want to come into and join us for events. So the last thing, and not the least, is that we need to look at the security that our police department is going to need, and also make sure that the ingress and egress for the police department is documented and well established in and out of the building and through the parking structure. Our second contract would be with the communications consultant to help us put together a comprehensive, cohesive, multi-year communication plan that establishes the need for the new buildings, presents the community benefits of those spaces, and also provides neutral messaging if council chooses to go out for a bond. Our last goal that we've identified doesn't sound like it's very exciting, but it's one that'll make the code easier for the public and staff to use. And that's the city recorders identified reviewing and updating the TMC as a priority for this year. There are sections in the code that are no longer related, and those need to be removed. We need to take out some incorrect references and things like listing fees that we no longer do. We do that through our master fee schedule. So they have that on their work plan. I get the next slide, please. As you've heard from each department, COVID-19 has created challenges in providing services. However, it's also given us an opportunity and a push to try new technology in a way that we might not have, and to review our processes and procedures to see if we can build more flexibility. Communication staff will continue to optimize virtual platforms to communicate with our residents. As gathering restrictions loosen up, we want to create in-person opportunities to connect with the community in safe ways. Holding court and public meetings will continue to require adaptability and flexibility. For example, this next week, court will be held telephonically. We're developing a plan that will include resolution of cases by telephone as well as by email. And for those who do not have access to technology, we're looking at what measures need to be put in place to allow people to come inside for arraignments. Part of that consideration is access to facilities in a way that ensures social distancing, that we have for staff and the public, and if needed, requiring face coverings. We're also reprioritizing facility staff to include regular sanitizing of high-use areas. This year, our fleet department saw a slowdown in receiving the 14 vehicles that were ordered. This next fiscal year, we anticipate that trend will continue. The good news with that is that while it is time to replace those vehicles, they can be kept in service until the new ones arrive. While how we do our work or provide service in central services may look different in the coming year, we do anticipate that we'll be able to provide full services throughout the year. So at this point, I will entertain any questions you might have.
Liz, is anyone up on the chat?
No, there's no one that has asked to speak. Oh, there's Councilor Anderson.
Go ahead.
No, Cliff, I'm sorry. No questions at this time.
Okay, Ms. Chandler.
No questions.
Thank you. Mr. Bentz.
None here.
Councilor Lube.
No questions.
Mr. Cadman.
I'm good, thank you.
Councilor Goodhouse.
No questions.
Ms. Voigt.
No questions.
Mayor Snyder.
No questions.
And Councilor Newton.
Yeah, I have just two quick ones. On the all-in-one planning that we're doing, with potential changes to how we do our work affecting the building, you know, if we have more telecommuting and that kind of thing, different gathering spaces, does that alter the schedule at all, or are you just sort of adapting as you go for the planning?
For the planning, Councilor Newton, I would say that we are adapting. At this time, we're not looking at that changing the schedule.
Okay. And then I think you made the comment that you are ready to add staff to port as you need to accommodate, you know, a little bit ahead of getting slammed with the photo speed. So you're looking at that as you move forward, and will increase staffing as work dictates.
Yeah, we actually have one person that's going to begin in June, and so we are testing different ways to provide training and still keep social distancing guidelines in mind.
Thanks.
Ms. Robinson, the only question that I have is in the budget, considering photo enforcement, what I know of what happens in other jurisdictions is when a ticket is mailed to a person, it also gives them an opportunity to appear for a court hearing if they don't want to just pay the ticket. The court judge budget stays at a quarter-time position. How are you going to handle the appeals and the appearances of people for those photo enforcement tickets?
We've actually increased the budget for our pro tem judges. The amount of time that we have allotted for our regular judge, it reflects the hours that he wants to work.
Okay, well, where do the pro tem judges show up in the budget? I'm looking at page 169. Well, excuse me. That stuff is on page 151.
Yeah, if you look under professional and contractual services, you'll see that the court operations supervisor has indicated $46,800 for photo enforcement judicial contracts.
Okay, all right, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
That's all I have. Next would be city management, city council, and city attorney, Manager Wine. We are at 12:39. The agenda showed a lunch break at 12:30. how's everybody doing? Do you want to take a lunch break, or do you want to go on with and see if we can get through at least one more? Ms.
I
Chan?
think we should take a break.
Okay.
My presentation is about 3 minutes long, but I'm happy to take a break.
Okay. Anybody else? Strong opinion one way or another?
I would support taking a break.
Okay. And then hearing no objections, pardon?
Counselor Newton, I said me too.
Okay. Then hearing no objections, do you want to take a full 45 minutes?
Yes.
Scheduled to be back.
1:15? That would be in 35 minutes.
My vote is to stay on schedule to rejoin at 1:15.
Okay. Anybody object to that? All right. We are in recess for lunch, and we will reconvene at 1:15. Thank you very much.
Thank you.